Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Became a Kintsugi Hero? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The first life lesson Izuku ever learned was that the world was an unfair and lonely place. Izuku knew that the world was unfair from his earliest memories when his father would paint his mother in colorful bruises. Her skin was an ever-changing canvas of purples and yellows. Izuku didn't know what a normal family was supposed to look like, but he was smart enough to know it certainly wasn't this. Izuku knew that the world was unfair at age 4 when the doctors apathetically diagnosed Izuku as quirkless. The population of quirkless people being 20% worldwide, with the percentage dropping further with every generation. There were only 10 people in all of Muzutafu who were publicly quirkless. 9 of them were elderly, quirklessness being much more common in their generation. Izuku was the 10th. Izuku knew the world was unfair at age 5 when his father spent a year trying to force a quirk out of his pathetic son. From locking Izuku in a closet for days at a time to withholding meals. His mother was either unaware of his father's actions or she was simply too scared to stop him. Izuku knew the world was unfair at age 6 when his father finally gave up on him. Hisashi Midoriya took a job overseas without hesitation. At first, Izuku was relieved, eager for him and his mother to live a life without constant pain and worry. That is until his mother was forced to take on more hours at the hospital in order to keep a roof over their heads and food in their stomachs. Izuku didn't see his mom much as her shifts usually lasted late into the night. It was during this time that Izuku learned what freedom felt like. No one to scold him or make him do chores. No one to stop him from eating candy for breakfast or staying up late to watch cartoons. Though it wasn't long until he learned that the freedom he was given came at a cost. Loneliness. Forced self-sustainability. With no one to take care of him, Izuku had to learn to take care of himself. From cooking his own meals to walking himself to school. Izuku knew the world was unfair at age 7 when Kaken's verbal bullying turned physical. When small, starburst burns littered his torso and arms. When scratches from the boy with long fingers raked down his back. When bruises on his ribs from being cornered in the bathroom during lunch blotted his skinny frame. Izuku knew the world was unfair at age 10 when his mother was killed during a villain attack while driving to work. She just so happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time when a group of villains in a getaway truck ran a red light and slammed into the side of Inko's car. She died on impact. Izuku was all too familiar with how unfair the world was. After all, not all men are created equal, and who was Izuku to think he would ever be anyone's equal? No, his place in the world was at the bottom. Only a fool would think otherwise, and Izuku was no fool. Izuku wasn't given any time to process his mother's untimely death. It was soon after another lunchtime, beating from Kaken and his lackeys, that Izuku was escorted to the principal's office. At first, he thought he was once again about to be reprimanded for instigating a fight that he did not cause. Instead, he was met with a tall woman in a charcoal blazer and a matching pencil skirt, a sour expression on her face and a tablet clutched in her hands. She wasted no time, and no empathy, in explaining to Izuku that he was now motherless, Inko having died the day before, and it was only now that Izuku was being informed. Before he could even gather his thoughts on the matter, she barreled on to tell him he was now in the custody of his father, who was already on his way back to Japan via plane. Without any more explanation and leaving no room for the boy to ask questions, he was sent back to class in a daze. Izuku had no recollection of how the rest of his classes went. The only thing he could even think about was the static feeling in his head that made him feel detached from the rest of his body. The world around him looked like a low-definition video game, and he couldn't escape the feeling that he was playing with a broken controller. Izuku hadn't even realized that the day was over until he stood in front of the door to his house. His foggy vision turned into a sharp focus as he stared at the chipped paint that peeled from the door's wooden frame. He wasn't entirely sure how long he stood there, memorizing the peeling colors on the door. If it was seconds or an hour, he had no clue. His trance only broke when the door he was focused on suddenly pulled open. Seeing his father again after years of absence and zero communication, Izuku expected to feel a lot of things. Anger, sadness, fear, something. But at that moment he felt absolutely nothing. An emptiness that nestled in the pit of his stomach and seeped into his bones like it was making a permanent home for itself. Wordlessly, his father stepped aside and let Izuku into the house, and closed the door behind him. For a moment, the two remaining Midoriyas just stood there stewing in uncomfortable silence. Clearing his throat, the older of the two decided to take lead on the non-existent conversation. This is a fed-up situation. I'm sure you're all sad and sheet, but we need to figure out where to go from here, Hisashi began, his eyes darting to everywhere around the house except to Izuku. Honestly, I don't want to be here, and I'm sure as sheet you don't want me here. I'm missing out on a couple of business meetings by taking the time to come here already, so let's get this over with quick, yeah? Hisashi finally spared a glance down at his son, who silently stared back at the man with unnerving, empty eyes. So, here are your options. You can either come back to America with me and I'll set you up at some boarding school or something, or you can stay here. For the first time since lunch that day, Izuku spoke in a cracked whisper. Stay here? Yeah, stay here in Mizudafu or whatever. I can set you up in a cheap apartment using Inko's life insurance or something, and send you some money for food. You're practically all grown up anyway. You can look after yourself. How old are you again? 12. 10. Yeah, close enough. So what do you say? If you decide to stay here, you can't tell no one. I don't want CPS barking up my butt. So I'll probably enroll you in an online school or some sheet to avoid unwanted questions or snooping teachers. You cool with that, kid? Hisashi crossed his arms, glancing down at Izuku with a slight sniff. Izuku didn't have to think about his answer. Leaving everything behind to go to America and be thrown into a random boarding school where he'll definitely be bullied for being both quirkless and foreign? Not to mention he'd probably have to stay with his shitty father during holidays. Or continue with his life here where he was already raising himself anyway. The thought of switching to an online school also sounded appealing if he was being honest. Stay here, please, he muttered. Hisashi snorted at his answer. Yeah, I figured you'd say that. Sending you food money will be cheaper than shipping you off to school anyhow, his father said with a slight shrug. Right then. Give me a couple of days to set you up. Go start packing your sheet and I'll call around for a cheap apartment or something and sign you up for those free online classes. Without another word, Hisashi grabbed his laptop from his bag and set to work on the kitchen table. Once again, Izuku's head was filled with static. He didn't even have the mental energy to pretend that this was all a dream. It wasn't until days later, with all of his belongings, which wasn't much, to begin with, were packed into boxes and stacked into his new home, that the world snapped into focus again. Izuku's eyes wandered around the small studio apartment. Cracks in the walls, water-damaged ceiling, and scratched-up vinyl flooring caught his attention. The kitchen, the living room, and the bedroom were all in the same space, Izuku noted. It was no more than a box with basic kitchen appliances, a cheap wooden table, and a futon on the floor. The bathroom was, thankfully, separate. The newest-looking thing in the entire apartment was the laptop for his schooling his father bought him with some of the money left over from his mother's savings. Izuku had no access to this money, but his father had promised to take care of the rent until he was at least 16 before the man promptly left to presumably head back to the airport. The world was an unfair and lonely place. Thankfully, Izuku had plenty of experience to deal with it. The studio apartment was cheap, and for good reason. It was located in a decapitated apartment complex in the corner of Mizudafu's red light district. All of the people that lived there only did so because they had no other choice. Izuku included. Because he lived in the dark part of the city and he didn't have to attend any in-person classes, Izuku hardly ever left the confines of his new home. Other than the trip to the nearby corner store for prepackaged foods, he couldn't recall the last time he willingly left his apartment. Staying inside was safe. Staying inside meant people couldn't hurt him. With nothing else to occupy his time, Izuku dove headfirst into his new classes. He thanked every deity that the classes were asynchronous, which meant that he didn't have to talk with his peers or teachers in real time and he could work as far ahead as he wanted to. On the downside, however, Izuku finished an entire year's worth of school in 5 months. The classes he was enrolled in just didn't feel challenging enough. He wanted something more to stimulate his mind, to keep his head and hands busy. The issue was mostly resolved when he emailed the administration and asked to be tested into higher-level classes. To his shock, they agreed. Izuku thought that perhaps they didn't look into his student file because there was no possibility that they would have so readily accepted his request if they knew he was quirkless. Not questioning his moment of good fortune, Izuku passed the tests with flying colors and was placed 2 years ahead and into the second year of middle school starting the next school year. As exciting as it was, he still had another 6 months of unlimited free time on his hands as he waited for his classes to start up again. This didn't seem like too big of a deal. He could always spend the time learning new things on his own with the power of the internet, and at the start, this was precisely what he did. His initial Google search of a new hero whose recent debut included a fancy new type of support gear caused Izuku to fall into the rabbit hole of basic weapons and easy-to-make support items. With just enough curiosity and boredom, Izuku made a quick stop during one of his grocery runs to the nearby scrapyard. He was smart and planned his trip in the middle of the day where there was less of a chance of getting mugged or kidnapped. It was still a good possibility, but it was the least risky. With a backpack full of wires and scrap metals, and an arm full of used tools, Izuku sped back home. He ignored the shouts of his neighbors across the hallway, the sound of empty bottles shattering against the wall, and the smell of cigarettes that bore deep into the yellowing carpet, and made his way to the top floor where his own apartment was located. With all the motivation of a bored child with too much energy, Izuku began to create. It started off as nothing more than curiosity mixed with a way to kill time. But what was at first a possible new hobby became a manic obsession. Days would fly by where Izuku would forget to sleep, eat, or bathe. His hands were covered in nicks, splinters, and burns while he worked away at creating makeshift support gear and fixing up broken tools. Izuku would only sleep when he passed out at the table from exhaustion. He would only eat if the pain from hunger was distracting enough. He did quickly learn the importance of better hygiene when he realized he didn't have enough money for new clothes after one of his shirts became ruined with sweat and grease stains. Besides that, when Izuku was working on creating and fixing, the world outside no longer existed. Time was merely a concept, and he couldn't remember the last time he spoke out loud. Even his trademark mumbling stopped with the disuse of his voice. The first couple of months resulted in nothing but failed attempts at creating something even remotely usable for any purpose. This was already discouraging enough, but it wasn't until his own toaster, of all things, broke when he was making lunch that the piled frustration of failed creations and absolute exhaustion of sleepless nights made itself known to Izuku all at once. At first, he just stood there, staring at the toaster and mapping out a way to take it apart in his head, thinking of what caused it to break and how he might fix it, until an unwanted thought slithered its way into his consciousness. You have yet to make or fix anything without it falling apart. How the F could a useless sheet like you fix something as complicated as a toaster? Do you even deserve to eat? For a second, the world stopped. No, he mumbled, almost surprising himself with his own voice that he hadn't heard in God knows how long. And how quick he was to agree with the whispers that clawed at his mind. His thoughts quickly morphing from his undeserving need for food to the grief he had yet to process from his mother's death. Of course you don't deserve to eat. You're alive while your mother is buried 6 feet under the ground. It's your fault she's dead. If she didn't have a quirkless, pathetic excuse for a son your father would never have left. She wouldn't have needed to work extra shifts. She wouldn't have been in the car that day. It's your fault. You killed her. It's your fault. The familiar static washed over Izuku's mind as his thoughts grew louder and louder. He hadn't even realized that he slumped to the floor, his back pressed against the kitchen cabinet and his knees drawn to his chest. He couldn't breathe. Do I deserve to breathe? He was so goddamn tired. Do I deserve to rest? He wanted the static in his head to stop. He wanted the thoughts to stop. He wanted to feel like he was in control of his own body. My useless, quirkless body. With every passing moment and shallow breath, he could feel himself floating away. Black began to seep into the corners of his vision, his lips felt numb and tingly, and his chest ached. He knew what a panic attack was. He was no stranger to them, but months of isolation and the loss of time passing made it so much harder for Izuku to ground himself back to the present. Because the present hadn't existed for months. He had been lost in his own head for months. Izuku felt like he was just about to lose consciousness when a sharp, stabbing pain bit into the palm of his hand. All at once, his breathing slowed and his eyes focused. The toxic thoughts disappeared, his mind now occupied with the stinging sensation. After a moment, he looked down and saw that he still held a small screwdriver in his hand. He was going to use it to take apart the toaster before his panic spiraled out of control. He realized he must have squeezed his hands too hard, forgetting he was holding the tool, the sharp metal piercing his palm. He watched in barely lucid fascination as his blood trickled down his palm and dripped to the floor. And for the first time in so long, Izuku felt like he was in control of himself. It was a dangerous thought to have. Because though the incident with the screwdriver was an accident, the following cuts that quickly adorned his wrists and arms from box cutters and pocket knives were certainly not. Every time Izuku felt like his control was slipping, he allowed self-inflicted, physical pain to overshadow the emotional anguish that constantly begged for attention. It wasn't until a few months later that Izuku fell back into the rhythm of working on weapons and support items, and with his head clearer than ever, Izuku not only managed to fix his broken toaster, but he made his first, usable creation. An extendable bow staff that could break down and fit snug into the pocket of his hoodie. His favorite aspect of the staff was the hidden knife at one of the ends. With a press of a small button, a spring mechanism released and turned the bow staff into a type of spear. It wasn't anything fancy. In fact, it was a simple side project among his much more complicated designs. But it was his first weapon he ever made, and it quickly became his favorite. Izuku would stash it in his hoodie every time he had to leave the safety of his home. It made him feel safer. It made him feel in control. He wouldn't allow anything or anyone to take that away from him. Izuku didn't mean to become a vigilante. It just kind of happened. After nearly a year of self-isolation, Izuku began to feel the effects of cabin fever. It wasn't that he missed the company of other people, no. The new school year took care of that problem with the increase of online group projects and the occasional email from his teachers, but the walls of his apartment began to feel smaller and smaller. He kept losing track of time and the stale air felt suffocating. He also learned that some things don't last forever and need to be replaced, such as clothes, shoes, bedding, etc. All of which costs money. Money that Izuku didn't have, since every penny his father sent him went towards the meager amount of food he bought. Izuku was thankfully able to put off buying new clothes and shoes for this long because he had hardly grown an inch in the last year. Malnutrition will do that to the body. However, between the overuse of what little clothes he had and the ever-increasing grease and blood stains, he needed to buy at least some new clothes. The first hurdle was finding ways to make money. If he were a normal 11-year-old, he would ask around for odd jobs like babysitting or gardening. But here, in the red light district, that was just asking for unwanted attention. So Izuku's first plan of action was to explore the areas around his home in hopes of either finding a "for hire" sign in a storefront window or a lost 10,000 yen bill on the ground. Unlikely as it was, he was hoping for the latter. Donning a dark, oversized hoodie with the hood up, a fabric medical mask, he always got the worst allergies this time of year, a pair of ripped jeans, his worn red sneakers, and of course, his hidden bow staff, Izuku began his exploration. Was it smart to wander around the streets right after sunset? Did Izuku care? Not particularly. While at first, he was terrified to leave his apartment, the cabin fever and the general disdain he began to develop towards life swept away any remaining fear of what could be lurking in the alleys. And if Izuku gets brutally murdered because he was stupid enough to explore the red light district at night on his own? Well, then it's what he deserved. He wasn't even outside for more than 15 minutes when he stumbled across what looked to be a mugging. Nestled between two rundown shops stood a large, burly man holding a knife towards a smaller, cowering man. Silently, Izuku slipped behind a dumpster and watched, unsure of what to do. "I don't give a shit that you have a family. Either you give me your bag and wallet or you get my knife lodged in your throat." The larger man inched closer, forcing the smaller to press his back against the filthy alley wall. "Please, I don't have anything of value. Just papers from work and my laptop. Then give me your fucking laptop. It's valuable enough. The smaller man began to sputter, his eyes wide with fear. But I need my laptop for work. I can't afford to replace it. Please. You act like I give a shit, the mugger laughed. 'Cause guess what? I really don't. Suddenly, the mugger moved towards his victim, the knife in his hand positioned to slash at the man's throat. Without thinking, Izuku stepped out from behind the dumpster, extended his bow staff, and slammed the end of his staff down hard on the mugger's head. Izuku could feel the recoil of the staff in his hands from how hard he hit. The mugger instantly dropped to the alley floor like a bag of sand. Not dead, but unconscious and probably sporting a nasty concussion. Izuku stood there for a moment, his bow staff lowered and his green eyes wide as he stared at the downed mugger. He hit someone. He actually hit someone over the head without a moment's hesitation. Guilt began to pool in his stomach and his breathing quickened, but his panic was quickly cut off by a shaky voice. Thank you. You has saved me. Oh my god. Thank you, thank you. The once cowering man quickly moved away from the wall and, giving the mugger a wide berth, moved towards Izuku. Are you all right? Izuku merely nodded, unsure of how to respond in this situation. His mind was still reeling over the fact that he hit someone. Izuku looked towards the near-frantic man who clutched his bag against his chest. I saved someone. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you? Why, you seem kind of young, the man said, finally calming down enough to really take a look at the kid, that saved him. Izuku shook his head. Good. You should probably call the police though? To arrest him. Izuku tilted his head towards the still unconscious man. Right. I'll do that. Thank you again, young man, for saving me. That was very heroic of you. With a small bow, the man began to leave, pulling his phone out of his pocket to call the police. Once the man was gone, Izuku was about to leave himself until he remembered something. The entire reason why he came out tonight in the first place. With quiet, hesitant steps, Izuku moved towards the mugger. The large man was on his stomach and somehow snoring. Careful not to wake him, Izuku slipped his hand into the mugger's back pocket and fished out a wallet. It was thin and Izuku figured he wouldn't actually have cash on him since he was mugging someone for money, but to Izuku's surprise, the wallet held 2 10,000 yen bills. Why were you mugging someone with this amount of cash on you anyway? Izuku muttered to himself, taking the bills from the wallet and shoving it into his own pocket. He replaced the man's wallet where he found it and wasted no time getting the hell of the alley. That much money would last him for a while if he was smart about spending it. He decided he had enough adventure for the night and scampered back home. Eraserhead had just started his patrol for the night. Usually, he would spend a majority of his shifts in the darker parts of Mizudafu. Abandoned buildings and sticky alleyways were his usual haunts. Between robberies, muggings, and drag deals, Eraserhead was kept busy. Tonight, however, he was called to the local police station to fill out a few forms for the raid he was on in the previous week. A disorganized drag smuggling was ended quickly between Eraserhead and a few officers. The entire raid took less than 20 minutes. Honestly, the paperwork took longer. Stepping into the station, he was greeted by the sight of a large man cuffed to a chair and most likely awaiting a jail cell. Eraser, are you here for the papers? Eraserhead moved his gaze from the cuffed man and to the owner of the voice that welcomed him. Detective Tsukachi, the Eraser hero greeted. Evening. There are only a few pages and it's mostly signatures we need, the detective spoke as he led the hero to his office. Eraserhead nodded, then let his eyes wander back towards the man in the chair. He raised an eyebrow in a silent question. Tsukachi followed the hero's gaze. It's just your average street mugger. He cornered some office worker in an alley. But that's not the interesting part. Interesting part? Yes. The victim of the mugging called to recount what happened. We expected the victim to be injured or have had his items stolen. What we weren't expecting was that the mugger was lying unconscious in the same alley with a fairly large bump on his head. Eraserhead turned back towards Tsukachi. So the victim defended himself? Nope. Not the victim. Tsukachi sighed with clear exhaustion. Apparently, The victim was saved. His savior ran in and knocked the guy over the head with some kind of pole. Alright? So some civilian played hero and got lucky. It's reckless, but it happens, Eraserhead shrugged. The detective shook his head. Not a civilian, Eraserhead. A child. Once Izuku began to memorize the layout of the city, he became more confident in leaving his apartment. He used this newfound freedom to search for better scrap material and tools to aid in his numerous support gear projects. He still wasn't great at building anything too complex, but it gave him something to do after he finished his schoolwork for the day. Building support items wasn't the only thing keeping him busy as the months passed. For some very unlucky reason, Izuku almost constantly ran into some crime or another. It was like someone slapped a large, neon sign that said, "Trouble Magnet," on his forehead. The crimes he would run into ranged anywhere from petty theft to attempted human trafficking. A good handful of those times he was the target. But as unlucky as he was for finding trouble, he was oddly lucky in always managing to escape with his life, sometimes a few nasty injuries to compensate. In the beginning, these events troubled him deeply, and he would often shut himself back in his apartment for a few days in fear, especially after the first time he was almost kidnapped. A seemingly nice woman had asked for his help in finding her wedding ring she had dropped nearby. Izuku readily agreed to help, only to be grabbed from behind and nearly shoved into the trunk of a car. In his struggle, Izuku had accidentally kicked the car hard enough to set off the alarm, startling the women enough to drop him. Landing on his butt, the rough concrete doing nothing to soften the impact to his tailbone, he took notice of a thick cable wire by the car's rear tire. He snatched it and used it to trip the women who, just as gracefully as Izuku, fell harshly to the ground. Panicking, he grabbed his bow staff and smacked it on her head without even extending it. It took 2 hits for her to go down fully, and Izuku wasted no time in using the cable to tie her up before snatching the phone from her pocket and making an anonymous phone call to the police. Izuku booked it out of there the second the call ended. Tsukachi glared at Sansa as his officer explained the bizarre phone call the station received. "You mean to tell me that the child who was nearly a kidnapping victim managed to single-handedly restrain his own kidnapper? Then he called the police to report the incident before running off? Did you at least get this kid's name? Did he say he was injured at all?" Sansa shook his head. "No, sir." After he recounted the situation, he hesitated before stating that it was an anonymous call and then hung up. "After arriving at the scene, we discovered that the kid used the kidnapper's phone to make the call, so we have no way to trace him," the cat officer replied. Tsukachi rubbed the bridge of his nose in exasperation. This was the 4th time this month that a child had been involved with a severe crime. Each time, the villains were apprehended, usually with a decent-sized bump on their head, and the child was nowhere to be seen. None of the villains caught gave a good description of the kid either, all claiming that his face was covered and it was too dark to see the color of his eyes. One thing they all agreed on, though, was that the kid was young. Not some teenager playing hero on the streets after dark, but a genuine, prepubescent child. Tsukachi let out a deep sigh before glancing back towards Sansa. "I want a couple of officers stationed around his last sighting and a squad car to stake out the streets of the district. It's obvious this kid has no idea how dangerous it is to be on these streets at night, let alone playing vigilante." Sansa replied with a curt nod before leaving the office to relay the detective's orders. "I don't mean to treat you like a criminal, kid, but I'd rather meet you cuffed and alive than inside of a body bag." Izuku de-iced cable wire made for a surprisingly good weapon. It was at least useful for capturing criminals if the whole kidnapping fiasco was anything to go by. So during his next trip to the junkyard, he remembered to snag a few discarded cables. He bundled them up and tied them around the loop of his new utility belt. It made him feel a bit like a cowboy with a lasso. While Izuku wasn't overjoyed by his constant run-in with villains, he had to admit that the occasional cash he was able to find on their unconscious bodies had helped him out immensely. He was able to afford more food, like boxes of discount granola bars and new clothes from secondhand shops. Don't get him wrong, he always felt terribly guilty at the prospect of stealing, even if he was only taking loose cash from criminals, but his need for sustenance, toiletries, and less stained clothes outweighed the guilt just enough. As his nighttime outings became more frequent, Izuku started to gain more confidence in his ability to not only keep himself alive but to help others if he saw someone in need. Though if someone were to ask, Izuku would be adamant that he was in no way looking for crimes, he just happened to stumble upon them often. Like at least once a week. Anyway, his collection of homemade weapons grew along with his combat abilities. Apparently, first-hand experience was one hell of a teacher. Though, he supposed the free community martial arts classes he took every Wednesday helped too. It was honestly pure luck he stumbled across the flyer for the class pinned to a telephone pole. As it turned out, the classes were hosted by a few ex-gang members who, after serving time in prison, wanted to give back to their community. The only rules that the dojo had were that no one gave their real name, and if one of the students was caught by the police or heroes using any of the moves they learned for criminal activity, they weren't allowed to mention where they were taught to fight. Also, to please refrain from doing drags in the bathroom if possible. Izuku was completely fine with these rules and was even happier that no one asked what his quirk was. They didn't even ask his age. The class was a mix of mostly young adults, a few teenagers, and Izuku. He was by far the youngest, but he was also the quickest. After a few months of practice, it became nearly impossible for anyone to pin him down. His nickname at the dojo was Butter because of how slippery he was. Each passing month and Izuku grew stronger, quicker, and quieter. He put on just enough muscle to frame his skinny body so he no longer looked like a walking skeleton, though he had to force himself to eat a bit more to maintain whatever muscle mass he built. He also started collecting knives from some of the villains he fought. He had a wide variety, everything from cheap pocket knives to fancier throwing knives. He learned he had a pretty decent aim, and after a few months of practice, he was almost always successful at hitting his target. He still didn't feel comfortable using them against real people yet. He promised himself it would only be for emergencies, and even then he would never aim for fatal spots. Another skill Izuku picked up was parkour. This, he learned out of necessity when one of his attempts to flee from a villain via rooftops ended with him falling into a dumpster in an alley below. The good news was that the villain didn't catch him, apparently not thinking to check the nearby heaps of trash. The bad news was that Izuku now knows what it feels like to be covered in old yakisoba noodles and fish carcasses. An experience he very much did not wish to repeat, thank you. Tsukachi held his head in his hands, his elbows resting on his desk and his cell phone in front of him. It was near midnight and he just really wanted to go home, but because yet another criminal was apprehended by a goddamn child a few hours ago, he had to stay behind to fill out the extra paperwork. It had been nearly 8 months since the young vigilante, dubbed Moth by the local police, started to become a regular factor in stopping criminal activity, and he had yet to even be seen by any of his officers. Tsukachi began to suspect Moth had some kind of vanishing quirk because this was just getting ridiculous. A child shouldn't be this adept at evading law enforcement. With a slow, heavy exhale, the detective scrolled through the contacts in his phone and pressed on the name of the one he was looking for. He could hear it ring only twice before the person on the other end picked up. Eraserhead speaking. Hey Eraser, it's Tsukachi. I figured. But caller ID. Sorry. It's been a long night. Tsukachi scrubbed his hand down his face. God, he needed to shave soon. Anyway, I'm calling to ask that you start patrolling more heavily in the corner of Mizudafu's red light district. The other end of the call went silent for a moment. The detective glanced at his phone to make sure the call was still going. Finally, Eraserhead spoke again. This is about the vigilante kid, isn't it? And yes. He's been running around our officers for months, and we have yet to catch even a glimpse of the kid. We were hoping he would have been caught by now, but I just can't wait any longer. This has become a job for a pro hero, and with your track record of dealing with vigilantes in the past, I figured you were the best for the job, Tsukachi explained while absent-mindedly playing with his empty coffee mug. He heard the eraser hero let out a resigned sigh that Tsukachi could heavily relate to. Is this a random decision, or was there a specific event that led to cracking down on the brat? Tsukachi nodded at the hero's question before he remembered that Eraser couldn't actually see him. Well, this evening we got a frantic phone call from a young lady. She claims that she, along with 4 other women occupying a nearby nightclub, had been affected by some kind of persuasion quirk. She described the assailant as a tall, skinny man with bright orange hair and yellow eyes. From what we learned, the man can give off a strong sense of false security through prolonged eye contact, which makes it easier to persuade his victims into doing what he wants. Emotions apparently play a role in his quirk. The happier and more relaxed a person is, the stronger the effect of his quirk. He tends to target drunk individuals for this reason. And how does Moth play a role in this? Eraserhead impatiently asked. Tsukachi ran a hand through his hair before continuing. The attacker, who we have identified as Nikko Kanri, was escorting the women out of the nightclub and towards an unmarked vehicle. Apparently, one woman was able to break out of his control and attempted to run and scream for help. Nikko almost managed to grab her when he was hit in the head with a rock from somewhere above. Somehow this caused him to lose focus on his quirk, and all of the women came back to their senses. In a last-ditch effort to regain control over the situation, the assailant pulled out a gun and threatened to shoot the women if they didn't get in his car. That is until he was hit with another rock. Tsukachi paused for a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking again. While Nikko was momentarily distracted, one of the women saw a child, who we can safely assume was Moth, hop down from a fire escape and yell at the attacker to drop his weapon. "You're kidding me," Eraser mumbled more to himself than to the detective. "I wish I was." Anyways, Nikko pointed his gun at Moth and threatened to kill him too if he didn't leave. "Do you know what Moth did, Eraserhead?" the detective asked with exasperation, not actually waiting for the hero to reply. He shrugged. Moth just stood there and shrugged while the barrel of a gun was aimed at his forehead. According to the witnesses, this surprised Nikko and threw him off enough to give Moth time to hit him in the head with his pole-like weapon. As soon as the man collapsed, Moth asked the women if they were okay. When they confirmed they were unharmed, Moth tied Nikko up with some scrap cables and told them to call the police before slipping off into some alley. Both ends of the call were silent for nearly a minute as the Eraser hero processed the absolute train wreck of the story he was told, and Tsukachi calmed down his own breathing. "If that kid doesn't end up dead by the time we arrest him, I swear to God I will kill him myself for the number of heart attacks he's given me." Tsukachi sighed with a shake of his head. He's had quite a few close calls already, but this one tops them all. Either Moth has a death wish or he doesn't understand the danger he keeps putting himself in. After another moment of silence, Eraserhead spoke. "I agree that what Moth did was idiotic and he should be apprehended for vigilantism, if only for his own sake, but I'm not a babysitter, Tsukachi," Eraserhead pointed out with a dry tone. "I understand that, Eraser. But you are a teacher, so misbehaved kids is not new territory for you. And you're one of the best underground heroes with plenty of experience dealing with vigilantes," the detective countered. "You're also the most familiar with the area, and your patrol hours mostly correspond with the reported times that Moth is active." Tsukachi could hear Eraserhead give another, long sigh on the other end of the call. A moment later, he got a grumbled answer of "fine." The two spent another 20 minutes going over the details of Moth's case before the detective let Eraserhead go back to his normal duties with a quick, "Keep the kid alive, Eraser," before hanging up. Tsukachi had every faith in Eraserhead's ability to quickly find and arrest the kids so they could both wipe their hands clean of the situation. Too bad life was about to prove them very wrong. It had well over a year since Izuku had any regular social interaction, though he would argue that the occasional small talk he made with the cashier at the corner store counted enough. To say that Izuku was bad at dealing with social situations, or just people in general, would be an understatement. So when he attempted to soothe the worries of a young woman who was nearly assaulted, Izuku wasn't quite sure what to say. It was near 2 in the morning when the totally not vigilante came across an attempted assault. A balding man who was clearly drunk managed to pin the women against the wall of a closed diner by an alley. From the looks of the women's uniform, he speculated that she worked at said diner and had just closed up for the night. Izuku was keeping balance on the edge of a nearby 2-story rooftop when he heard a whimpering cry followed by slurred demands. He wasn't able to make out the exact words exchanged between the two, but it was obvious that the attention from the man was unwanted. As much as he wanted to step in and defuse the situation, he decided the best course of action would be to wait until he knew the woman was in immediate danger of being hurt. Only moments later Izuku saw his cue when the drunk man grabbed the woman by the collar of her uniform and raised his fist as if to strike. Izuku didn't think twice about jumping from the roof and landing squarely on top of the man's shoulders. They both fell back as the man lost his already non-existent balance. However, Izuku was quick to get back up and use the man's drunken state to his advantage, tying his wrists behind his back and his ankles together with cable wire and zip ties. He hadn't realized until after the man was tied up that between the alcohol and the possible slight concussion, the man had been knocked out. Izuku placed him in the recovery position, worried that the assaulter may wake up nauseous from the booze and the concussion. No one should die choking on their own bile after all. With a quick assessment of the tied-up assailant, Izuku turned his attention to the woman who held her hands against her chest, eyes wide and legs shaking. "Are you all right, miss?" Izuku asked her hesitantly, twisting his hands. The woman merely looked at the boy and squinted at him, as if she wasn't quite sure if he was real. "Miss." He tried again. Suddenly, the woman burst into tears, one hand covering her mouth while the other shakily reached into her pocket for her phone. Izuku wasn't entirely sure how to handle the situation. He wanted to comfort her, but he could tell she wouldn't like anyone to be near her, let alone a stranger. He noticed the phone clutched in her hands and he gestured towards it with his head. "I'm sorry, you might want to call the police if you think you can. If not, I can do for you? Up to you?" "Sorry." The woman nodded, then finding her voice responded with a muttered, "Weiss. The police. I'm going to call them," before dashing out of the alley without looking back. Izuku stood there for a second, slightly perplexed, before starting his own way out of the alley. He didn't get too far when the near-silent sound of rustled fabric caught his attention before a figure dropped directly behind him. Izuku didn't jump 2 feet in the air in surprise, and if anyone said otherwise they would be lying. Turning around, Izuku met the scowling face of a disheveled man. Taking half a moment to examine the person in front of him, the boy figured that the man probably wasn't homeless. No, he was too clean and put together. The dishevelment seemed to come from the sheer exhaustion coming off him in waves. The eye bags didn't help either. Before Izuku could think on it any longer, the man began to speak, his voice low and gravelly. "Attempting to take on an adult 3 times your size was pretty reckless, kid. It was also illegal." The black-clad man took a single step forward, his eyes narrowing at the boy who only blinked back at him. Izuku began, his weight shifting from one leg to the next in slight nervousness. "Actually, sir, I didn't attempt to take him out. I did take him out." Izuku slowly pointed to the downed, drunk man tied up by the scarf-wearing man's feet. Who wore a scarf in this kind of weather? Izuku couldn't really judge as he was wearing a hoodie. "Also, if I may ask, sorry, but how is it illegal to help someone? The lady could have gotten hurt." He could see the man's brow twitch in irritation. "Listen, brat. You could have gotten hurt. And for months you've been running around playing hero. While your intentions may be good, it is still considered an act of vigilantism and therefore illegal," the man said slowly, like he was trying to will Izuku to understand the weight behind his words. While he was speaking, the man shifted slightly and a pair of yellow gold goggles appeared from beneath his scarf. Instead of saying what he wanted to, Izuku intelligently announced, "Oh, you're Eraserhead." The hero's brows furrowed in both surprise and suspicion, but the boy ignored it and barreled on. "You're one of my favorite heroes. You don't rely on your quirk as much as other heroes, so you're really good in hand-to-hand combat. I've seen a couple of videos online of some of your fights. And the scarf you're wearing is a support item, right? It's super unique and no other hero has anything similar." Before Eraserhead could even process the child's sudden change in demeanor and the, quite frankly, scary amount of knowledge he had on the underground hero, Izuku addressed his previous accusation. "And I know what vigilantism is, Eraserhead, sir. But I'm not a vigilante," Izuku announced. Eraserhead took a moment to gather his thought, pinching the bridge of his nose before looking back at the kid in front of him. "You have an entire file at the police station with your recorded vigilante actions. Almost every officer knows the name Moth because they've been trying to catch you for months." "Moth? Your vigilante alias?" "Yes. Eraserhead was about to continue his lecture on the boy's recklessness when the kid in question interrupted. That's a stupid name. Why Moth? Also, with all due respect, sir, I have never had any intentions of being a vigilante, nor was I aware of being in any kind of trouble with the police. As far as I'm aware, even if I was seeking out crime, I can't be charged with vigilantism, Izuku said. Then, silently added, I'm sorry if I've been wasting everyone's time. I didn't mean it. The eraser hero glared at him, clearly unamused. First, you're called Moth because you seem to be drawn to crime like a moth to a flame. Izuku scoffed at this. It wasn't his fault, he always happened to find himself stumbling upon villains. He lives in the red light district, it's not exactly uncommon. Second, why are you so confident that your actions from the past year don't align with acts of vigilantism? I get you're probably only 9-11 and a half, Izuku interjected. The hero only deepened his glare. As I was saying, regardless of whether or not you consider yourself a vigilante, from where I'm standing it's pretty clear your involvement in criminal activity is not only extremely dangerous but illegal as well. Izuku took a moment to consider the hero's words. His head tilted in thought and Eraserhead had to stop himself before he looked too closely at the similarities between the boy and a lost kitten. Eraserhead, sir. What is the definition of vigilantism? Izuku asked. His finger held up to his chin in contemplation. The hero crossed his arms and gave Izuku a questioning look. The act of performing heroic deeds, specifically apprehending villains, without a proper license for quirk usage. Even police officers can't use their quirks against villains. Unlawful use of a quirk to fight crime? To do a hero's job without the use of a license that lets heroes use their quirks in public to protect civilians. Eraser's eyes narrowed. Exactly. That's good. Then that means, in the eyes of the law, I can't be a vigilante, Izuku said with confidence. Eraserhead could feel the beginnings of a headache and he desperately wanted to go home and sleep it off instead of having an argument about the legality of vigilantisms and hero work with a child. Instead, he scrubbed a hand down his face and groaned. Humor me. Why are you so assured in your innocence on the matter? Because I never used a quirk, Izuku answered, shrugging. Going off of the definition you gave me, I would be in trouble for vigilantism if I unlawfully used a quirk against criminals. But I didn't. Eraser was about to combat the kid's logic until he found he had no proper argument to make. It was true, technically not a single person, witness or villain, reported Moth using any kind of quirk. Instead, he'd taken out his opponents with some kind of pole and cable wires. There were plenty of speculations about his quirk, of course. Moth could have a passive quirk or just a quirk with no clear visibility. Tsukachi swears he has a vanishing quirk, but without proper proof, there was technically no basis to charge the kid for vigilantism. Obviously, the Eraser hero wasn't going to just let the brat go. Moth was still putting himself in severe danger with upsetting frequency, and who knows what the kid's home life is like if he's constantly seen wandering the streets by himself in the dead of night. No good parent would allow their kid to make a hobby out of stopping crime. Taking a deep breath, Eraserhead gave a pointed look to the not-quite vigilante in front of him. You're right, he began, noting that Moth seemed to stop his anxious fidgeting. However, and the fidgeting was back. I can bring you in for repeatedly breaking curfew. It's not something you'd be arrested for, but your parents would need to be informed. Izuku took a moment to think, his eyes returning to the still unconscious man on the ground. If that's the case, I'm sorry, Eraserhead. Izuku's gaze fell, his guilt clear in the way he curled in on himself. It was really nice to meet you, but unfortunately you can't leave a captured villain unattended. Eraserhead's own gaze flicked down to the man at his feet before returning to Moth, but by the time he looked back up the kid had already started to race out of the alley. The hero cursed and threw an end of his capture weapon out to snag the runaway, but Moth had the advantage of being close enough to the opening of the alley that he managed to turn the corner where Eraserhead's scarf couldn't reach with accuracy. The Eraser hero quickly made his own way out of the alley himself, but Moth had somehow vanished. Let it be known that Eraserhead loved when logic was used as a tool, but he hated when it was used as a tool against him. To be outsmarted by a goddamn child who somehow knew the protocol for not leaving crime scenes unattended. The underground hero would have been impressed if he wasn't so said. He was not looking forward to the call he had to make to Tsukachi. This FING kid. After a defeated phone call to Tsukachi, who shouted in frustration, "How do you lose a child?" To which Shoyuta gave a deadpan answer of, "You forget to put them on a leash." The hero and detective team decided to push Shuta's patrol route further into the corners of Mizudafu's red light district to increase his chances at apprehending Moth. Eraserhead wouldn't be spending his entire patrol actively searching for Moth. He still had to watch out for other civilians after all, but he would always be vigilant in hopes of running into him again. After the first week of his new patrol schedule, Shoyuta hadn't seen hide nor hair of Moth, and he was hoping that the kid was safely tucked into bed somewhere. He soon realized that was wishful thinking when he ran into Moth while taking down a few petty thieves. Well, perhaps "run into" was the wrong phrasing. More like, Moth used himself as a distraction while the Eraser hero snuck up on the thieves and quickly took them down. It was close to the end of the hero's shift when he spotted 4 men climb out a window of a house with bags carried on their shoulders. They wore simple black masks and dark-colored clothing, and they were trying to sneak to a van with an open trunk, tiptoeing to the vehicle like some bad rendition of how a toddler thinks robbers are supposed to act. Shoyuta held back a snort at how terribly unsubtle they were being. He hopped down from the nearby roof he was using to scout out the rundown neighborhood and inched his way closer to the thieves, hiding himself behind a car parked on the side of the road. He was in the process of planning the best way to take down and capture the robbers with minimal effort and injuries when his dark eyes met with bright green ones across the street. For a split second, Shoyuta thought it was a very large cat but quickly realized those eyes belonged to a very small human. Moth has green eyes. Good to know, he thought, tucking that information away for later. Then his mind supplied him with another thought. What the hell was Moth doing here, and why did the kid look like he was scheming something? Moth caught the hero's eyes once more before flicking his gaze to the robbers, then back to Shoyuta. "Don't you dare," Shoyuta silently pleaded with him. Tsukachi could take mind reading off the list of Moth's possible quirks as he readily ignored Shuta's warning glare and moved onto the street, getting the attention of the thieves who were in the process of shoving their overloaded bags into the van. "Excuse me?" Moth greeted timidly. All 4 men instantly tensed up, each in various stages of loading the stolen goods. Moth pretended not to notice their very obvious act of thievery and instead used his big, doe eyes and hunched shoulders to make himself as small and innocent-looking as possible. "I wanted to go on a walk, but I got a little lost and can't find my way back home. Can any of you tell me where Doro Street is?" he asked, nervously playing with his fingers. The men's shoulders dropped as they let down their guard a bit, a mistake that they would soon regret. Wasting no time, Eraserhead took the opportunity that Moth's distraction granted him and quietly moved behind the thieves, sweeping their legs from beneath them before quickly securing them in his capture weapon like a bundle of tied-up logs. All this being done in mere seconds before any of the men had time to react. Sending off his location to the closest police officer and double-checking that the bindings were secure around the squirming men, Shoyuta snapped his gaze towards Moth to give him a fierce glare. "What the hell were you thinking?" he asked, his voice low and threatening. He felt a small pang of guilt when he noticed Moth flinch and take a step back. The boy fidgeted, clearly uncomfortable with his angered gaze, before answering. "I just wanted to help. I could see that you were trying to think of a plan to capture them all at once and figured a distraction would work best," Moth explained, having the decency to at least look a little guilty. The Eraser hero's frown only deepened. "Need I remind you that you are, in fact, a child? That you should be leaving hero work to the heroes? What if one of them was carrying a gun or other weapon? You could have gotten seriously hurt, kid," Shoyuta began to lecture, absently tightening his scarf around the thieves in frustration. Thankfully, the tied-up men had the senses to remain quiet, not wanting to get involved in whatever the hell was happening between the disgruntled hero and sheepish kid. "But it worked," Moth lamely argued. "This time. Next time you might not be so lucky." Moth opened his mouth to respond when the distant sound of sirens cut him off. With an apologetic look towards the Eraser hero, Moth dashed away from the scene, Shoyuta losing sight of him when the kid turned a corner. Once again cursing hero protocol of leaving crime scenes or criminals unattended, he could only rub his temples to ease back yet another oncoming headache. At this point, Shoyuta could only hope to come across Moth outside of apprehending villains so he could properly give chase. Over the next few weeks, Shoyuta and Moth regularly ran into each other, and in every single one of those instances, it was during the event of some criminal activity where Shoyuta was unable to properly go after the brat and capture him once and for all. A few times, Shoyuta considered asking another hero to tag along on his patrols, if only so one of them could stay back with the restrained villains while the other tracked down the not-quite vigilante. Unfortunately, Shoyuta could never predict when he would come across Moth, and forcing himself to carry out his patrols with another hero sounded too troublesome. He liked his alone time, thank you. So back and forth they went playing an absurdly long game of cat and mouse. Either the eraser hero would stumble upon Moth fighting villains or Moth would feel the need to help Shoyuta during his own criminal encounters. Regardless, the outcome was always the same: Moth would end up getting away before he could do anything about it, and God did that frustrate the hero to no end. Maybe Tsukachi was right and the kid did have a vanishing quirk. The mission to capture Moth had finally come to a close. Or so Shoyuta thought once he had successfully restrained the kid in his capture weapon. It was a couple of weeks later when the eraser hero spotted Moth sneaking down the street, darting in and out of alleyways. With no villains or crimes in sight, nothing to occupy the hero's attention from the kid, Shoyuta took this as his chance to finally capture the child that had been steadily giving him gray hairs for the past month. Without making a sound, Shoyuta used his capture weapon to lower himself from his spot on a roof and follow the kid like a shadow. Years of experience in stealth as an underground hero allowed him to remain unnoticeable. As soon as he saw an opening, the hero shot an end of his capture weapon at the kid, effectively securing the boy as it wound itself around his small frame, even pinning one of his arms to his side. Shoyuta felt just a tad triumphant as Moth let out a surprised squeak. Tsukachi would definitely be paying for his coffee for the rest of the year for how much hassle this kid put him through. Before the hero could begin yet another lecture about how reckless the boy had been, he could feel a sudden motion from the part of the capture weapon he still held in his hands. Trailing his gaze to where his scarf met the kid, he noticed Moth's breathing become shallow and quick. His eyes wide and panicked, staring at Shoyuta like the hero was the boogeyman himself. It was the same kind of look someone might give an especially scary villain, and Shoyuta felt a bit hurt being on the receiving end, but he quickly pushed the feeling aside. Shoyuta sighed, understanding that the kid was quickly falling into a panic. He could feel the vibrations from how badly Moth was shaking through the coils of his capture weapon. "Hey, kid dash," the hero spoke as softly as he could. It didn't seem to help any though, as Moth harshly flinched back and tears immediately pooled in his eyes, their usual green hue turning into a kaleidoscope of colors from the reflection of the dim street lights around them. He then noticed a near-silent muttering coming from the captured kid. It was a worrying string of, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, don't hurt me, I'm sorry," in a broken whisper. The small, hurt feeling trickled back into Shuta's consciousness. Moth dash, Shoyuta tried again, his mind racing to come up with the best approach to calm the panicked child without letting him go from his scarf completely. This made the eraser hero distracted enough to not notice Moth sliding a knife from his sleeve, from the arm left unrestrained, and quickly slashing at the capture weapon. The sudden movement brought Shuta's focus back to the boy as he noticed that not only did Moth manage to successfully cut through his metal alloy and carbon fiber scarf, where the hell did this kid even get that kind of knife? But the kid ended up giving himself quite the nasty cut on his restrained arm as well. Shoyuta grimaced as blood rushed from Moth's new gash, the now useless end of the hero's capture weapon unspooling from around him and dropping to the ground. What surprised Shoyuta more than the kid managing to break free from his restraint was that he hadn't even flinched or shown any signs of pain when he accidentally cut himself. And Shoyuta knew that the cut had to be deep enough to warrant stitches if the amount of blood already weeping from the wound was anything to go by. With a final, shaken, "I'm sorry," Moth dashed into the closest alley, disappearing into the dark. It took Shoyuta a solid few seconds to snap out of his surprised daze and sprint after Moth to the direction he saw him flee. It was no use. The current concrete jungle they were in was built like a maze, and the cloudy night sky made the shadows of the surrounding buildings even darker. Trying to hunt Moth down now would only waste time and energy, especially if the kid didn't want to be found. The hero knew firsthand how elusive the kid could be. What made Moth so good at slipping away? Where did the talent, no, the need to be unnoticeable and hidden come from? And why the hell was the kid so sure that Shoyuta was going to hurt him that he would rather hurt himself in a chance to escape? Kid, just what the hell have you been through? Shoyuta thought grimly, bundling up the torn end of his capture weapon. With his scarf out of commission, Shoyuta would have to walk home by foot instead of his usual rooftop route. It at least gave him time to think about Moth's reaction to being caught. Was he expecting Moth to be a bit scared? Sure. Getting in trouble and then getting caught for it would make any kid nervous. It didn't help that Shoyuta naturally had an unapproachable, perhaps even scary demeanor. But the utter terror that came off the kid in waves made Shuta's stomach turn. Clearly, Shoyuta pondered, the chase and capture approach isn't going to work in this situation. Moth is obviously traumatized by something if he's willing to go so far to escape. Perhaps Shoyuta should have realized it from the start when considering Moth's clear lack of self-preservation. I'm not just dealing with a kid who doesn't know what danger is, I'm dealing with a kid who has no problems dying or hurting himself, and Christ, isn't that a horrifying thought? As Shoyuta made the long trek back home, he let his mind wander a bit. He reasoned that he would have to take a much gentler approach when dealing with Moth. At this point, he just wanted to make sure the kid stayed safe and alive. And probably fed too. It didn't escape his notice that Moth was much skinnier than he had anticipated once he was wrapped up in Shuta's capture weapon. The baggy hoodie and loose jeans doing well to hide just how tiny the boy is. Worrying about the nasty cut on the kid's arm, the hero prayed to every deity. He didn't really believe in that Moth knew basic first aid, or at least knew someone who did. He didn't want to think too hard about the kid getting an infection without any proper treatment. God, what did Shoyuta get himself into? Izuku had no memory of finding his way back to his apartment. It wasn't until he was sat half naked in his bathtub, his first aid kit next to him, that the world snapped into focus. Sitting on the edge of the tub was his laptop, opened to a video of how to suture wounds. Izuku held the needle in his right hand and was shakily guiding it through sensitive skin on his upper left arm in an attempt to close the cut. Izuku would usually consider himself to have high pain tolerance, but the gash on his arm was deep enough that he could see the yellow layer of fat, which made him slightly nauseated. His entire upper arm felt like it was on fire, and each time the needle pierced his skin it sent another wave of sharp, hot pain that caused Izuku to grit his teeth. He wanted to cry so badly, but whenever tears fogged his vision, he had to stop to wipe them away so he could see what he was doing. Not for the first time, he desperately wished he wasn't alone. The silence in his apartment felt like a crushing reminder that no one would care if he died. One would even consider looking for his body, and the reality of that hurt just as much as any knife wound. But he deserved this, didn't he? Eraserhead looked so angry and exhausted, and it was all Izuku's fault. He's been wasting the precious time of a hero. Who knew how many more people Eraserhead could have saved if he wasn't busy trying to capture Izuku? Maybe he should have just let the hero hurt him? Stupid, heroes don't hurt people, Izuku weakly argued to himself. Heroes don't hurt civilians, but they can certainly hurt villains, his internal thoughts quipped back. Izuku drew in another shaky breath as he finished the last of suturing his cut. He reached for the alcohol wipes and gauze next. I'm not a villain though. Aren't you? Don't you have an entire file at the police station for your criminal activities? Why else would Eraserhead try to capture you? It's definitely not because you're innocent. Heroes don't just go around chasing after innocent civilians. Izuku wrapped up his arm with itchy medical tape to keep the gauze in place. He was much too tired and sore to clean up the bandage wrappers and the smeared blood stains that painted the bathtub. He just wanted to sleep. Sleep and maybe never wake up. It sounded so peaceful, so resting, and God, Izuku was just so effing tired. He crawled his way out of the tub and onto his futon. It was times like these that Izuku was grateful for the small size of his apartment. He ignored the gnawing hunger in his stomach, closed his eyes, and drifted into a restless, dreamless sleep. It had been over 2 weeks since Shoyuta last saw Moth, and he was starting to worry. No, that was a lie. Shoyuta was already worried from the moment Moth ran away with a bleeding gash on his arm from a knife that was strong enough to cut his own capture weapon. Perhaps Shoyuta was even worried before then when he had first seen the kid risk his life to save a scared woman from being attacked in an alley. Because that's what Moth was, a kid. Don't misunderstand the hero, he's not the biggest fan of children, especially younger ones. If anyone were to ask his friends, present Mike or Midnight, they would admit that getting Shoyuta to accept a job teaching superpowered high schoolers was nearly as impossible as willing the sky to turn green. He did eventually accept the job and even came to find satisfaction in the work, but he'll openly complain about it at every opportunity. Anyway, the point being, Moth had somehow squirmed his way into Shuta's consciousness, even before the brat fled from him while injured. Now that he's seen Moth up close, now that he even fought alongside the kid a few times, Shuta's concern for the boy only grew, and their last encounter raised more red flags than he would have liked. Firstly, Moth was obviously way too skinny and way too small. The Eraser hero honestly thought the kid was like 8 or 9. Hell, Moth was probably not even big enough to ride in a car without a booster seat. Shoyuta guessed his shortened stature was at least partially caused by malnutrition, because when he had the kid wrapped up in his capture scarf, it didn't escape the hero's notice just how skinny and light he was. Another worrying sign was the kid's empty, dull eyes. No child should have the same look as a veteran hero who's seen the worst of the world. Those same eyes were constantly darting in every direction, scoping out either any possible threat or the nearest escape route. Lastly, and possibly the most distressing, was just how little Moth cared about his own safety. The boy would never hesitate to jump into the worst of fights in order to save someone in need. Some would call that heroic, Shoyuta calls it reckless. In order to save as many people as they can, heroes need to remain alive to do so, something Shoyuta was determined to beat into the heads of every aspiring hero that walked into his classroom. So yes, Shoyuta was worried. He's a hero and a generally decent person, so why wouldn't he be? Definitely not because he feels any kind of growing attachment to the kid. That would be absurd. This is all purely professional, and the hero was concerned simply because it's part of his job. But after 2 weeks of not seeing any sign of the boy, Shuta's worry spiked. As much as the hero tried not to dwell on it, he had to come to terms with the possibility that Moth was either sick with an infection or worse. He didn't want to imagine what worse meant, because thinking about that meant he had to think about his own possible failure. A failure as a hero to save one DM kid, something he promised himself he would never fail at again. Not since becoming a teacher. Not since Oboro. So each night the underground hero forced himself to patrol a little longer and look a little harder. He was starting to lose sleep due to the extra patrol shifts, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Shoyuta didn't even try to make up any excuses about what he was doing. Shoyuta even admitted aloud to Tsukachi that he was patrolling more because he was concerned for the DM brat. Despite how much Hisashi teased him, he wasn't totally apathetic. Besides, if anything happened to Moth, then it would be his fault, and that wasn't something he was willing to live with anytime soon. Izuku had long come to terms with the fact that not a single person would care if he died. Hell, even Izuku wouldn't care all that much if he was being honest. At this point, he figured he would either die by killing himself or by playing vigilante. Of the two options, at least in the latter situation, he was making himself useful. So it's understandable that Izuku was starting to become restless after not leaving his apartment for 2 weeks. Even though the boy wouldn't actually consider himself a vigilante, he still liked to patrol the area whenever he went out on grocery runs or on trips to the scrapyard. It was also a decent way to make some money, since there was an absurd amount of villains that carried cash on them for whatever reason. Drag dealers, he understands, but muggers? Seriously? However, the cut on Izuku's arm was healing too slow for his liking. He couldn't risk getting into fights and ripping the stitches, a lesson he learned the hard way when he tried to practice with his bow staff in his apartment, only to subsequently knock over his toaster and pop a few sutures. Izuku couldn't say whether he was more upset by his, again, broken toaster or the pain in his arm. Either way, it was a shitty day. To pass the time, Izuku got ahead in his online classes, attempted to fix his toaster, watched funny cat videos, polished up his quirk analysis notebooks, tinkered with some of his homemade support items, successfully fixed his toaster, and slept. After a little over 2 weeks, Izuku determined that his arm was healed enough and that he would be mostly fine if he found himself in another scuffle with a villain. That, and he had run out of food the other day, so a trip to the corner store was much needed. He put on his navy blue hoodie and fabric mask. He swears it's not a vigilante costume, it's just an extra precaution, and shoved his collapsed bow staff into his hoodie pocket. Patting himself down to check he had everything he needed, Izuku set out on his mission to find food and maybe, perhaps, stop a few criminals along the way. It wasn't that Izuku was going out of his way to look for trouble, it's just that sometimes when the boy interacted with the victims he saved, he felt like he was doing something right. When he talked in a quiet, reassuring tone to a scared child or injured civilian, when they responded to him with gratitude or just general kindness, Izuku felt like he belonged. He felt just a little less lonely. Sometimes, Izuku could lie to himself and believe, for just a moment, that someone in the world cared about him. It was nearing the 3rd week into Moth's sudden disappearance when Shoyuta finally saw Moth again. It was around midnight and the moon hung full and bright in the sky. If it wasn't for the shine of the full moon, Shoyuta may have missed him completely. As usual, Moth wore dark clothes to blend in with the shadows, and the way he was hunched in an alley made him easy to overlook. The eraser hero could feel the tension bleed from his aching muscles in relief to see the kid alive and healthy. Okay, maybe not healthy, the kid was still far too skinny and small for his liking, but alive, and that's what counted at the moment. Too distracted by his relief in seeing the boy in one piece, it took him a moment to notice what he was doing. Crouching beside a dumpster in the dimly lit alley, Moth was holding something in his hand. Clearly, Moth hadn't seen Shoyuta approach him from behind yet, but the hero decided to leave his presence unannounced just a bit longer in favor to see what the kid was up to. Shoyuta took in the scene before him and realized that Moth was holding a small piece of store-bought on a rest of the half-eaten food poking out of his hoodie pocket. Shuta's gaze followed the kid's outstretched arm and noticed a tiny, brown cat crawling out from beneath the dumpster. Moth waited patiently for the cat to sniff at the offering before it began to nibble the food from the boy's fingers. The cat's tail twitched happily and Moth let out the quietest giggle. Shoyuta couldn't stop the smile that quirked at the corners of his lips. Because Moth, a kid who was probably just as hungry as this alley cat was, decided to share some of his food, and the sight of it caused a sudden warmth to bloom in the hero's chest. Sure, Moth had gone out of his way time and time again to save strangers from harm, but the small, sincere action of a kid feeding a stray cat was somehow so much sweeter. It reminded Shoyuta that Moth was really and truly just a child. A young, probably starving, and probably lonely child who wanted to share his time with another starving and lonely creature. Shoyuta ignored the flashes of memory about a different, cloudy-haired kid that went out of his way to help a kitten in need. It was also in this moment of calm that the hero recognized the cat as one he, himself, had fed a few times before. She was a friendly little thing, rare for most alley cats, and before Shoyuta could help himself, he awkwardly blurted out, "She likes to be pet under her chin." At the sudden awareness of his presence, Moth immediately spun around while still in his crouched position, the quick movement causing him to fall back onto his tailbone. Wide-eyed and clearly panicked, the boy scrambled back until he was leaning flush against the dumpster. The alley cat merely moved out of the way from the kid, his outburst not fazing her in the least, and slowly made her way towards Shoyuta, who was already starting to crouch down himself so he could pick her up. "WW it?" Moth squeaked. The poor kid looked like a bunny about to keel over from fright. Maybe Bunny would have been a more suitable vigilante name, the hero pondered with slight amusement. Shoyuta stood back up and gestured with a nod of his head to the cat that was now contently nestled in his arms. "She likes to be pet under her chin," he repeated, demonstrating with a gentle scratch under the cat's jaw. The alley cat's tail flicked with content and a soft rumble of purrs showed her delight in the affection she was receiving. While the hero's attention was momentarily taken by the cuddly cat, Moth slowly rose to a stand. From the corner of his eye, Shoyuta could see the kid shift his weight ever so slightly into a defensive stance, ready to spring away if needed. "Yeah, definitely a bunny." If Shoyuta was being honest, he hadn't really planned on what to say if he came across Moth again. He's never been one to be well-versed in social cues, but the last thing he wanted to do was say something wrong and scare the boy off. So the silence between them remained heavy, only broken up by the cats. Occasional chirps and purrs. Shoyuta was about to take a chance and ask the kid how his arm was healing, but Moth spoke up first. "Aren't you going to arrest me?" the boy asked, his voice wavering. Shoyuta could understand the kid's confusion. Up until now, the hero had been attempting to capture Moth and bring him back to the station to let Tsukachi take care of whatever happens after. So the suspicion at the sudden change in Shuta's demeanor was to be expected. "Have you done something to warrant being arrested?" Shoyuta replied, allowing a hint of playfulness to seep into his usual monotone voice. Moth eyed him, his head tilting to the side as if to gauge whether or not Shuta's question was rhetorical. "I don't think so," Moth said after a moment, the lilt in his voice making his response sound like a question, as if he was doubtful of his own answer. Shoyuta simply shrugged. "Then you don't have to worry about being arrested," he said with assurance. "In fact, this entire time I was never trying to arrest you. To my knowledge, you've done nothing that would require spending time behind bars." Moth looked at him with clear disbelief, like Shoyuta had just told him that cats grew from trees. But you've been chasing me. Aren't I a villain? Why else would you try and capture me? And the last time, when you caught me My intentions were never to arrest you," Shoyuta interrupted, wanting to leave no room for the kid to argue his belief that he was a villain of all things. "Christ, did Moth really think I saw him as a villain this whole time? You were never in any legal trouble if you don't count breaking curfew, and I apologize for making you feel like you were." The kid squinted at him, clearly not fully convinced. "Then why chase me?" Moth asked. Shoyuta let out an audible sigh, then tilted his head up to look at the moon, giving himself time to gather his thoughts, before shifting his gaze back to the scared child in front of him. Moth was still standing defensively, though now his arms were curled around his stomach in a protective manner, looking less like he was about to run and more like he was readying himself to be hit. Yet another red flag to add to the ever-growing list of concerns the hero had about the kid. He decided to answer honestly. "I was worried," Shoyuta admitted quietly. "You kept running off before I had a chance to make sure you were okay. While, yes, I probably would have dragged you to the police station to find out why exactly you're always out on the streets this late at night, I recognize now that wasn't the appropriate approach. I'm sorry." Shoyuta bowed his head slightly in apology. When he looked back up at the boy, he found Moth was staring at him with not only disbelief but surprise. The kid clearly didn't trust him in any capacity, and he looked at Shoyuta like the hero was still about to capture him as soon as he got the chance. What else could he say to ease the boys? "Worried?" Moth whispered slowly, like the word was foreign to him. It wasn't that Moth still thought Shoyuta was going to arrest him, it was that the kid didn't believe someone was worried about him. And didn't that concept just make Shuta's heart ache? "Yeah, kid, I've been worried," the hero said gently. The small cat began to squirm in his arms, so he loosened his grip and let her jump down. With one last flick of the tail, she bounded out of the alley, leaving Shoyuta and Moth alone. Shoyuta continued to speak while brushing cat fur from his jumpsuit. "In fact, I've been looking for you these past few weeks. That cut on your arm looked pretty bad and I was afraid you had gotten sick with an infection." "You were looking for me?" the boy mumbled, more to himself than to Shoyuta. Moth shook his head slowly, his eyes staring off into the distance. It was as if the hero had completely shifted Moth's worldview. Maybe he had. And wasn't that upsetting? Shoyuta sighed again. "Look, Moth, I want to make a deal with you." The eraser hero held up his hand the moment Moth opened his mouth. "Let me finish." The boy's mouth audibly clicked shut. "I want to make a deal. I won't ever try and capture you again. I won't ever try and force you to do something you don't want to do. However," Shoyuta paused, his onyx eyes locked on emerald green ones, "I want to be able to check in with you. To make sure you're still alive and okay." Moth still looked at the hero with doubt, his small fingers twisting together in nervousness. "You don't have to trust me yet, that's okay, but please let me check in on you. If only for my own peace of mind." Shoyuta urged, well aware of how disparate he was sounding. Okay. The kid stared at him for a solid minute, perhaps looking for any sign that the hero was lying to him. Then finally, hesitantly, do you promise? Shoyuta nodded firmly, I promise. Moth fidgeted and his eyes dropped to his feet. I guess? I don't know how to do that though. And I don't really want to give you my phone number or anything. Shoyuta sighed internally. Being able to reach the kid via phone would be the easiest and quickest way to reach him, but he understood Moth's fear. Phone numbers could be easily trackable after all. He ran a hand through his hair and thought for a moment. Alright, how about this? We can leave notes for each other, Shoyuta offered. We'll set a day and time to leave a note somewhere safe but easily accessible. Moth seemed to be a lot more comfortable with that idea, relief evident in his eyes. Why, I can do that. Where should we? There's an old bench by Ishihara's corner store not too far from here. Do you know where that is? Shoyuta asked. Moth nodded. Okay, then how about twice a week, every Monday and Friday, you leave me a note? I'll check it before I start my patrols, so around 10 p.m., and I'll leave you a note in return. Does that sound reasonable? Moth seemed to consider the idea for a bit before nodding again. Yeah, that sounds okay. The boy seemed to look less tense now that he knew he wasn't in immediate danger of being captured, and Shoyuta let himself exhale in relief. Moth didn't exactly trust him yet, but this was a start. Shoyuta could work with this. It would take longer than if he were to go back on his word and drag the kid to the police, but something in the back of his mind told him to wait. That Moth was so clearly on the edge as it was that capturing him against his will and shoving him at the police would only break him. No, this was a delicate situation and it needed to be handled with care and patience. We have a deal, the hero nodded his head once. Thank you for hearing me out, kid. I only want to make sure you're alive and as safe as possible. Moth opened his mouth again, a word already formed on his lips before he stopped himself. Shoyuta knew he was about to ask, why? Perhaps wanting to question the hero about why he cared for his safety, but instead he asked, what about running into you at other times? Like, when you're on patrol and stuff. The eraser hero hummed in thought. Depends. If I see you in passing, then nothing will happen. If I see you in the middle of a fight with a villain twice your size, don't look at me like that. It's a common occurrence and you know it, then I'll step in and help you out. If you see me in a fight, then stay out of it. I'm a trained hero, I know what I'm doing. Understand? Shoyuta gave the boy a stern, but still soft, glare. Even though the kid was wearing a mask, he could still tell Moth was pouting a bit. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. If you really want to help, wait until I capture the bad guy and you can help me calm down any victim or clean up any mess, okay? A light flashed in Moth's usually dull eyes. It was only for a moment, but Shoyuta still caught it, and he was suddenly filled with the determination to see just how lively and bright those emerald orbs could be. He wanted to see Moth be the child he's supposed to be, happy, curious, and safe. Alright, I expect a note from you on Friday. Shoyuta gave Moth a gentle smile. Do you hear me, problem child? Yes, sir, Eraserhead, Moth promised him quietly. With that, Shoyuta lazily waved at the boy before stuffing his hands in his pockets and walking out of the alley. He wanted so desperately to find out who Moth was, to see what his living situation was like, to make sure the kid was safe, damn it. But he knew he had to play the long game. He needed to build trust between himself and the almost vigilante if he wanted any answers without hurting the boy. So he'll wait. He'll wait as long as he needs to in order to make sure this kid feels safe, feels cared for. The hero just hoped he didn't have to wait too long. It took a few minutes after Eraserhead left for Izuku to finally leave the alley. His heart was beating so hard he could feel the drum of it in his temples. His head swam with the events that had just occurred and Izuku had absolutely no idea how to feel about any of it. He wasn't even going to touch on the idea of Eraserhead saying he was worried about him, that the hero had apparently been looking for him. No one cared about Izuku and certainly no one would ever go out of their way to worry about his well-being. Of course, Eraserhead didn't actually care about him. He was a hero and it was his job to help all civilians. Izuku was just surprised he wasn't an exception. Then again, he always considered Eraserhead to be one of the better heroes, saving people without any need for recognition. It made sense that Eraser was a good enough hero to pretend he was worried about Izuku. That's nice of him, Izuku thought with a small smile, to be kind enough to pretend he cares about someone like me. Friday evening approached all too quickly and Izuku began to panic. He promised Eraserhead that he would leave the hero a note somewhere on a bench by the corner store he always shopped at. Did the underground hero know Izuku got his groceries from there? Was it just a coincidence? More importantly, what the hell was Izuku supposed to write on the note? He had completely forgotten to ask Eraserhead for further instructions on the whole note system. After he wrote the note, where on the bench should he put it? Just on top? What if it blows away in the wind or someone takes it? Izuku paced around his apartment, already dressed to go out. The blank, green sticky note on the table mocked him. He had no idea what to write, but if he didn't write anything he might get in trouble. He was already wasting enough of the hero's time as it is. Though, Eraserhead did say he wanted Izuku to write him notes just to make sure he was alive, so… Glancing at the clock that hung precariously on the wall, Izuku noted with sudden anxiety that Eraserhead would be starting his patrol soon. Without the time to think of a proper message to leave the hero, Izuku just wrote down the first thing that came to mind and dashed out of his apartment. He made it to Ishihara's corner store with 30 minutes to spare and was relieved when he immediately spotted the old bench, the wood in late stages of rot and weeds climbing up its metal legs. Thankfully, Izuku could only see the one bench sitting outside the store. Otherwise, he would have panicked about picking the wrong one. Izuku decided the safest way to place his note was to hide it under a decent-sized rock and place it in the middle of the seat. This way, the paper wouldn't blow away and Eraserhead should easily be able to deduce that the oddly placed rock was there for a reason. Besides, anyone with half a brain would avoid sitting on the old bench in fear of it collapsing beneath them. Satisfied with his plan, Izuku hid the note under the rock and sprinted back home. Even though Eraserhead said he wasn't going to capture Izuku, he really didn't want to take the chance of running into him in case the hero changed his mind. After all, adults lie all the Shuta's patrols usually started at 10 p.m., or at least that's what he set for himself. Being an independent underground hero allowed him to have much more freedom than other heroes. Sure, he was technically signed on to an agency. All heroes had to be in order to get paid by the Hero Commission. Agencies also handled things like insurance for injuries and property damage. The agency that Shoyuta was signed with, Nightingale, specifically hired underground heroes. It was probably one of the most lenient agencies in Japan, not caring how many hours its heroes worked. This was partially due to the fact that underground heroes caused the least amount of property damage, civilian injuries, and villain injuries compared to every other type of hero. Less damage means less money the agency needed to shell out for insurance. This leniency allowed Shoyuta to work when he wanted for as long as he wanted. The only guideline he really had to follow was to check in with his local precinct before each shift so that the police officers in the area knew who was patrolling. So, sending off a quick text to Tsukachi and Sansa, he always included Sansa just in case Tsukachi was too busy stress-screaming into his empty coffee mug to check his phone. Shoyuta left his apartment and took to the rooftops. He used his capture weapon to propel himself over any gaps between buildings that were too far apart to jump across. It was not only an efficient way to travel, allowing Shoyuta to use the height of the buildings to scope out any possible dangers, but generally much faster than traversing by foot on the ground. Sometimes, Shoyuta enjoyed patrolling at a leisurely pace, taking advantage of the quiet time spent away from loud high schoolers and even louder colleagues. And no, Nizu, it doesn't matter that I expelled my entire class this year, I still get raging headaches from the insane amount of noise that reverberates in the hallways. However, tonight was different. Tonight, Shoyuta was quick to make his way across the city. He was expecting a note from Moth that would allow the hero to breathe just a bit easier in knowing the kid was still okay. Though he hadn't seen the kid since they last talked face-to-face, he had every hope that Moth would hold up his end of the deal. If the boy was good on his word, then tonight would be the first step into finally getting Moth the help he clearly needed. It didn't take too long for Shoyuta to reach their agreed-upon spot, the weather-worn bench only barely lit by the light of the convenience store's windows. Well, at least the windows that weren't boarded up by planks of wood. Either the store owner didn't have the funds to fix the windows, or the store was robbed so many times that they didn't bother to waste the money on it. Approaching the bench, Shoyuta immediately noticed a rock that was placed in the middle. Lifting the rock, he saw a small, green slip of paper hidden underneath. In all honesty, Shoyuta expected the kid to stick the note on the underside of the bench or something, but he'll give Moth credit for creativity for using a rock as a paperweight. Shoyuta scanned the note and couldn't help the huff of laughter that escaped him. He wasn't entirely sure what kind of note the kid would leave him, but the simple words of, "I'm alive," seemed almost sarcastic. Like asking a teenager to do chores and watching as they perform the task with bare minimum effort out of spite. Well, he did tell Moth that this note system was to ensure the hero that the kid was, in fact, alive. He wasn't exactly specific in what he wanted Moth to write. Still, Shoyuta was kind of hoping for something more. "You really are going to be a problem child, aren't you?" Shoyuta mused. Taking out his own slip of paper, a basic yellow index card, Shoyuta wrote down his response. He wanted to write more, maybe ask the kid how he was doing, if his arm was fully healed, if he was in school, but he didn't want to push it. Not yet. If he overwhelmed Moth, it might scare him off before Shoyuta even got a chance to earn the boy's trust. So he left his response short and simple before capping the pen he used to write with and leaving to officially start his patrol. Shoyuta isn't sure if he's hoping to see Moth before their next note-trading session on Monday or not. On one hand, seeing Moth in person was another sign the kid was alive. On the other, seeing Moth in person in the middle of the night, usually fighting crime in the red light district, would be worrying all the same. But for tonight, at least, Shoyuta could rest easier knowing the brat was alive. It was Saturday afternoon when Izuku walked over to the corner store to check under the rock. He was half anticipating his own note to still be there, untouched. Eraserhead was a pro-hero with plenty more important things to do than to check up on someone as useless as Izuku. To his surprise, however, Izuku's note was gone. In its place, hidden under the same rock, was a yellow paper with lazy handwriting, and Izuku couldn't help but roll his eyes at the message. He could practically hear the hero's sarcastic yet bored voice in the written response. "Good. Stay alive. Eraser." Over the next month, Eraserhead and Moth continued to exchange notes. At first, they were short and simple, Moth using the obscure penpal system to notify the underground hero that he was still breathing. Meanwhile, Eraserhead was hoping the notes would establish some trust with the wayward boy. The hero was careful, making sure his replies stayed fairly neutral so as not to overstep any of Moth's boundaries or scare the kid off. As the weeks progressed, Eraserhead's patient approach appeared to have been the right move in getting Moth to open up. They still saw each other in passing every once in a while, but it seemed to him that Moth was more comfortable speaking over their note system and Eraserhead would take what he could get. "Still alive. Moth. Glad to hear it. Eraser. Still alive. Moth. Are you just going to repeat the same sentence each time? Eraser. Sorry. I don't know what else to say. Moth. Whatever you'd like. Maybe how your week was or something that interests you. Eraser. Oh. Why do you want to know about my week? Moth. Curiosity. I'm sure being a vigilante isn't your only hobby. Eraser. I'm not a vigilante. And I guess my week has been fine? I just did homework mostly. Moth. Good to know you're keeping up with your studies outside of fighting crime. What kind of subjects do you enjoy? Eraser. Like school subjects? I like science, especially quirk-related science. I also like history. I'm bad at math though, sad face Moth. That's alright. I've never been good at math either. Just do your best, kid. Eraser. If I can ask, what subjects in school did you like? You don't have to answer, sorry. Moth. You can ask me questions. I may not always be able to answer due to safety reasons, but I'll answer what I can. As for school subjects, I enjoyed history and ethics. Eraser. Although Moth never gave away any information specific enough to track down his identity, Shoyuta was just as glad to see the kid becoming more comfortable with his general presence. Not only did the messages between them become more conversational and familiar as time went on, but whenever Shoyuta did run into Moth, the kid seemed less and less defensive. The real icebreaker came another month later. Izuku was on his way to the scrapyard late one night. He ran out of cables and wires he had been using to trip up and capture villains, but luckily, the scrapyard had a never-ending supply. He had made so many trips to that particular land of trash that he could walk there with his eyes closed. Not that he ever did, that would be stupid. However, the familiarity of the trip caused Izuku to get too comfortable and he unknowingly let his guard down. Lost in thought while cutting across an empty parking lot, Izuku almost missed the projectile aiming straight for his face. He dropped to a roll just in time for the sharp, stick-like object to fly past him, right where his head was half a second ago. Whipping his head in the direction of where he assumed the projectile came from, Izuku saw what he could only describe as a giant porcupine. It stood on hind legs, its body larger than the average man and completely muscular. It was clearly someone with a porcupine quirk, not the weirdest thing he's ever seen, but absolutely terrifying when it was giving him a death glare from across an abandoned lot. Before Izuku could pick apart their quirk any further, they charged at him, holding a knife-sized quill in each hand. So that was what flew at him a moment ago. Right as they got close enough, Izuku dived under their legs, rolling before springing up again. He turned on his heel just in time to see yet another quill flying towards his stomach. Izuku dodged again before running, keeping his eyes on the porcupine person, in case they decided to make another one of their quills airborne in his direction. Because he was so focused on his attacker, Izuku didn't see the metal trash can in front of him and ran straight into it. He caught himself before he fell, but he couldn't say the same to the trash can. It tipped over with a loud clang, its contents spilling out and the metal lid rolling to land at his feet. With a quick glance back to the giant porcupine, who was now charging at him again, Izuku grabbed the metal lid and held it by the top handle, angeling it like a medieval shield. He had no idea if it would be strong enough to withstand the quills, but it was better than nothing. Just as knockoff Sonic took another jab towards Izuku's direction, he swerved out of the way and brought down his trash can shield to bash them on the head, the only part of their body not covered in spikes. The blow caused his attacker to stumble, giving Izuku precious time to start running again. He jumped over the fallen trash can and sprinted aimlessly away from the villain. Only seconds later Izuku could hear the lumbering footsteps of his assailant running in his direction. Izuku sharply turned the nearest corner in hopes of getting out of their line of sight, but to his horror he ended up turning into an empty alley with a dead end. Before Izuku could sprint back out, the porcupine attacker stumbled into the mouth of the alley, successfully blocking his only way out. "Please, I don't know what you want. I'm sorry if I made you angry somehow," Izuku pleaded. He held the trash can lid protectively over his middle and took tentative steps back until his spine hit the brick wall behind him. Unless he suddenly sprouted wings or gained some kind of teleportation quirk, he was completely trapped. "You don't know what I want?" the spiked man roared. At least, Izuku was now pretty sure they were a man with how deep his voice sounded. "What I want is for you to drop dead." The assailant took a step forward, boxing Izuku in and making him feel claustrophobic. "But I don't even know you." The man growled and took yet another step closer. He let out a low, dark laugh while glaring at Izuku like he was a chew toy. "You might not know me, but you sure as hell know my little sister." Izuku could only give him an incredulous look in response. "My sister? Who you knocked out and tied up before ratting her out to the police last week?" Izuku remembers now. "You mean the women with the hedgehog quirk? Who was in the middle of robbing a clothing store?" Izuku tried to keep his voice even, but he couldn't help the fear that leaked through. "So you do remember?" The man smirked, his teeth as sharp as his quills. "Good. Then killing you will be all the more satisfactory." The villain ripped a quill from his shoulder and swung it down in Izuku's direction. Being backed into a corner, there was no way for Izuku to dodge. All he could do was helplessly hold up his makeshift shield and hope for the best. Or at least, hope that his death wouldn't be too painful. But the hit never came. Instead of the blow that Izuku was expecting, he was startled by the man's frustrated scream. Izuku opened his eyes when had he closed them? To see that his attacker's hand, the one that held the quill like a dagger, was being restrained by a white rope. Wait, no. Not a rope. A capture scarf. Izuku noted with pure relief. Never, in these past few months, had Izuku been so happy to see Eraserhead. The hero was perched on the edge of the roof right above them, his goggles catching the light of a nearby street lamp, making him look all the more intimidating. Eraserhead pulled his capture weapon taut and jumped down, the sole of his boot landing right in the center of the spiky man's face, causing the attacker to stumble backward and land on his backside. The Eraser hero moved to stand protectively in front of Izuku, though his eyes never left the large man that was rubbing his, most likely, broken nose with his free hand. "You alright, kid?" Eraserhead asked. It took a good few seconds for Izuku to register the question before replying with an affirmative hum. "Good. Stay here and don't move," was all Eraser said before sprinting right back at the hulking man who was now slowly rising to his feet. Before the villain could properly regain his balance, Eraserhead pulled hard at the end of the scarf that was still wrapped around the attacker's arm. The force of being tugged downward mixed with his already precarious balance caused the larger man to tip forward, his face aiming straight for the hero's awaiting knee. A sickening crunch echoed between the walls of the alley, and the porcupine villain went out like a light, his large body hitting the ground with an audible thud. Eraserhead wasted no time in cuffing the man and tying his legs and arms together with police-grade zip ties as an extra precaution. Eraserhead straightened back up and dug his phone from his pocket to send off a message. "Police ETA is 20 minutes. Not a lot of officers in the area tonight," Eraserhead stated with displeasure. The hero turned back to Izuku, who finally dropped his trashcan shield, feeling safe enough to no longer need it. Usually, Izuku would use the hero protocol of not leaving criminals unattended to his advantage and run off before Eraserhead could catch him. But for the past 2 months, Eraserhead hadn't made any move to give chase, no matter how many times they bumped into each other. "Seriously, Moth, are you alright? Any injuries?" The hero's question snapped him out of his train of thought. "No, I'm okay. Glad to hear it." Eraserhead then gestured to the trashcan lid by his feet. "Smart idea, using what was available to you to protect yourself. And if I hadn't heard the trashcan fall over, I might not have made it in time." Izuku flushed at the sudden praise. "Oh, thanks. It probably wouldn't have stopped the quills though." "It wouldn't have stopped them completely, but it would have lessened any damage. Overall, still a smart move." Izuku could only nod, not entirely sure what to say. Not wanting to stick around too much longer, especially with the police on the way, Izuku was about to take his leave until he recalled the way Eraserhead took down the large villain in less than a minute. Izuku hesitantly turned back to face the hero, who raised a brow in what Izuku assumed was an open invitation to speak. Izuku had talked with Eraserhead for months over notes, so why was speaking to him in person so much harder? "It was really cool. How you took down the villain, I mean." Izuku could feel his face flush deeper, glad that his mask and the shadow cast by his hood blocked most of his face. "If I can ask, how did your quirk affect him? Like, did it stop his quills from growing? Did it make his quills softer? Or are his muscles part of his quirk, so erasing it made him weaker?" As Izuku's brain analyzed the fight, he had completely forgotten his apprehension about being so close to the hero. It wasn't until a few questions later that Izuku suddenly remembered his situation. He cut himself off with a timid, "sorry," and curled in on himself, the heat of shame crawling up his throat. But when he dared to glance back up at the hero, Eraserhead gave him a gentle smirk. It was then that Izuku realized Eraserhead never once interrupted his stream of muttering or asked him to stop. No, he had simply listened, giving Izuku his full attention, and for some reason, this made Izuku want to cry. Because no one had ever intently listened to Izuku's stupid muttering before, and Eraser didn't look bothered in the least. "Those are some impressive theories, kid," Eraserhead praised. Izuku was certain his face couldn't get any redder. "However, I didn't use my quirk in this situation. My Eraser quirk doesn't work on those with mutant-type quirks, so in cases like these I fight essentially quirkless." If it wasn't for his face mask, Izuku would be concerned about catching flies because he couldn't stop his jaw from dropping. Eraserhead, one of the best underground heroes in Japan, said he fought quirkless when fighting mutant-type villains. He said it so nonchalantly too, as if people with mutant-type quirks didn't make up half of the population. So Izuku cleared his throat of the lump that was threatening to form alongside tears. So you fight quirkless? Half of the time. In the process of holding back tears, Izuku couldn't stop his voice from jumping 3 octaves higher. Eraserhead shrugged, again acting like this wasn't a huge deal. That's right. Too many heroes, and villains too, rely only on their quirks. It's irrational. Good heroes should also be skilled in combat to keep their abilities well-rounded. Because my quirk isn't offensive, I use support gear like my capture weapon to aid in fights. Eraser then gestured towards Izuku, not unlike how you use cables in your quirks are just another tool. If Izuku wasn't crying then, he was certainly crying now. Silent tears fell from the corner of his eyes and his breath hitched with quiet sobs. From his fuzzy vision, he could see Eraserhead giving him a look of concern. Moth. Izuku cleared his throat again and quickly used the back of his sleeve to dry his tears. What could he say to the hero that wouldn't immediately clue him in on his identity? I don't really have an offensive quirk either. Not technically a lie. So I guess it's just nice to see a hero that doesn't think powerful quirks are the most important thing in the world, Izuku explained. Then, he added quietly, not a lot of people would agree though. Izuku looked down, his gaze focusing on his scuffed shoes. Eraserhead scoffed, well, those people are biased morons. Izuku let out a wet chuckle but he didn't say anything else. Because everyone in Izuku's life has told him how useless he was for not having a quirk. Did that mean that everyone was wrong? No, Izuku scolded himself. Eraserhead just thinks I have a non-offensive quirk. If he knew I was quirkless he would hate me just as much as everyone else. A heavy silence settled between them for a moment. Izuku tried not to imagine how Eraserhead would react if he ever found out Izuku was quirkless. Would he leave just like everyone else? Would he tell Izuku how pathetic and useless he was? Would he go back on his word and arrest Izuku just to get a quirkless nobody like him out of the way? Do you want to be a hero, Moth? Eraserhead suddenly asked, startling Izuku from his thoughts. Sorry? Do you want to be a hero when you get older? Yes, more than anything in the world. Izuku wanted to say. Instead, he hung his head. I can't, Izuku replied with defeat. It was true. He couldn't. There's never been a quirkless hero and UA was the only school in all of Japan that accepted quirkless students into its hero course. Not that Izuku could ever dream of getting in. Because of your quirk? Eraserhead asked softly. Izuku nodded, still unable to make his eyes meet Eraser's. The hero hummed in thought and absently scratched his jaw. While I firmly believe that quirks don't make the hero, I can't just make you change your mind on how you feel. So how about I make you an offer? Izuku slowly raised his head and gave Eraser a curious look. So far, the man hadn't asked Izuku to do anything outside of writing him notes, and he's never demanded any information from him either. Yet, Eraserhead kept going above and beyond his duties as a hero, checking in on Izuku to make sure he was alive, answering any of Izuku's questions, saving him from villains he couldn't handle alone. What else could the underground hero possibly offer? Eraserhead took Izuku's silence as an invitation to continue. As I said earlier, if it wasn't for the sound of the trash can being knocked over, I might not have made it in time to stop the villain from hurting you. The villain in question still lay unconscious at their feet. So how about I teach you how to fight? At least so you can better defend yourself when I'm not around. Izuku's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. There was no possible way that the Eraserhead was offering to teach him to fight. Sure, it was probably only so Eraserhead wouldn't have to keep taking time out of his patrol to save him from villains once a week, but still. Is that something you'd be interested in? Eraser asked him. Izuku realized he never answered him the first time, so in excitement he rushed out a barely understandable response of, yes please, I would really appreciate it. Izuku paused, embarrassed by his own outburst and certain he was only making a fool out of himself. Hesitantly he added, if it's not too much trouble, Eraserhead sir. I know you're really busy and I don't deserve to take up any more of your time. You've already wasted so much effort on me and Kid, Eraserhead sternly interrupted. Then, in a softer tone, I wouldn't have offered if I didn't want to. I have more free time this year than usual, it's really not a big deal. Oh no. Izuku could feel the stinging in his eyes again, the telltale sign of tears. He clenched his fist and dug his nails into the pad of his palm to stop himself from sobbing. Eraserhead had already seen him cry. He didn't need the hero to see his ugly sobs either. That, and Izuku worried that Eraserhead would change his mind as soon as he saw how weak Izuku was. Instead, Izuku took a deep breath to settle his nerves and gave the hero a firm nod. I would really like to learn from you, sir. Eraserhead flashed him a quick smile. Good. I'll let you know the time and location on the next note. If you can't make it, that's okay. Just keep me updated with your own notes. In the meantime, you should scram. The police will be here any minute. Eraserhead dismissed him with a wave. Izuku gave an appreciative smile, even if the hero couldn't really see it under his mask, and swiftly made his way out of the alley. His mind loudly buzzed with both the excitement at the prospect of learning from Eraserhead, as well as the uncomfortable dread that began to settle in his gut. As elated as he was about Eraser's proposal, Izuku couldn't help but think about how undeserving he was. Was he being selfish in accepting the offer? Surely Eraserhead was helping him only out of pity. Izuku shook his head, willing the thoughts to go away. It didn't matter because he had already said yes. All he could do now was vow to do his best so he didn't disappoint Eraser too much. It was late Wednesday evening when Izuku made his way to the designated meeting spot where he would begin his training with Eraserhead. The previous Monday, Eraser had left Izuku a note telling him where and when to meet if Izuku still wanted to learn hand-to-hand combat. According to the yellow note, he was to meet the underground hero at 10 p.m. in an empty warehouse not too far from Ishihara's corner store. Well, he thought the warehouse was empty, but when he peeked through the door he saw that the floor of the dimly lit industrial building was covered in blue gym mats. Pushed off to the side, against the far left wall, were a few wooden training dummies. They weren't in the best condition, but Izuku imagined they would still work just fine for their intended purpose. Distracted by the large space, Izuku almost didn't see Eraserhead walking towards him. It was due to the hero purposefully making his footsteps louder than normal that made Izuku aware of his presence. He wouldn't say it out loud, but Izuku appreciated the auditory warning. You decided to come. Good, Eraserhead spoke as he sauntered over. Eraserhead was wearing his hero costume, but his capture weapon was nowhere to be seen. This brought an odd sense of comfort to Izuku. He hadn't realized how nervous he was about getting caught by the man's scarf again, even if Eraser had promised he wouldn't try and apprehend him. It seemed that Eraserhead noticed the relief on Izuku's face at the absence of his capture weapon. I also made sure the lighting stayed dim so it's easier to hide your identity. Izuku genuinely didn't know what to say. He was almost dizzy with gratitude for how far Eraserhead went just to make Izuku feel more comfortable, just so Izuku could keep his identity a secret. What he couldn't wrap his mind around was why. Why was the hero going so far just for him? Before Izuku's thoughts could spiral further, Eraser cleared his throat to gain his derailed attention and gestured towards the center of the room. I had these mats brought in. They were extras just taking up space in my agency's storage. It's better than falling on hard concrete because I promise, you will fall at some point when learning how to fight, Eraserhead explained as he made his way onto the mats, Izuku following silently behind him. We'll just go over the basics today so I can gauge what combat skills you already know, alright? Izuku nodded. Oh, I almost forgot. I did take some classes at a community martial arts center for a while, Izuku said, remembering the dojo ran by the ex-gang members. He hadn't gone in a few months, not after the third time he was nearly kidnapped on the way home from the dojo. Suddenly realizing that Izuku possibly gave Eraser too much information, he quickly added, but don't bother trying to find my identity or anything. Even if you knew where I took the classes, no one there used their real names. Instead of getting mad or frustrated like Izuku thought he would, Eraserhead just nodded, the stoic expression on his face never changing. I appreciate you letting me know, Eraser said. One more thing before we start. I'm going to avoid touching you as much as possible so as not to invade your personal space. However, There will be times that I will need to get close or touch you in order to correct your stance and arm placement. Obviously, I also can't properly teach you how to throw a punch or block a kick unless I can get close, but if for any reason you get uncomfortable, you need to let me know. We'll stop and take a break, or I'll adjust how I'm teaching you. Does that sound fair? Izuku's mind came to a screeching halt. He almost couldn't process how considerate Eraserhead was being. Izuku wasn't used to anyone being so kind. Again, he was hit with a million questions as to why the hero was being so nice, why the hero even offered to train Izuku in the first place. Suddenly realizing that Eraserhead was waiting for a response, Izuku dumbly nodded his head. Why, that's fair. Thank you, Izuku quietly stammered. Alright. Then as I said, we'll start with the basics so I can see where your current level is at for things such as balance, reflexes, and endurance. First, though, you'll need to warm up with some light stretches and cardio. Just follow my lead. As Eraserhead led Izuku through routine stretches, the boy let his mind wander a bit. Pushing aside his nervousness and feelings of guilt, he was elated that he was being taught by a hero. Even though he knew he could never be a hero himself, the skills he would be learning will at least help him be a better legal vigilante. And yes, Izuku had finally admitted to himself that he might as well be a vigilante. Even though he wasn't purposefully patrolling, he still always kept an eye out for anyone that needed help, and the lessons he'd learned from Eraserhead would hopefully help him save more people. Moving on from stretching, Eraserhead asked Izuku to settle himself into a fighting position. Much to Izuku's glee, Eraserhead commented that his fighting stance was better than he had expected it to be. The hero still had to adjust his footing a bit as well as the way he angled his fists, but otherwise, Izuku didn't need too much correction. And true to his word, Eraserhead only touched him when he had to and always made sure to let Izuku know where he would touch him before doing so. It eased Izuku's anxiety greatly, making him feel much more comfortable around the hero. It wasn't that Izuku saw Eraserhead as scary or anything. Izuku was just worried that Eraser would get mad at him and hurt him or try and capture him again. He was also nervous about the hero getting close enough to see any distinct facial features he could use to identify him with. Overall, though, Izuku started to trust the Eraser hero. He had been nothing but patient and nice to him since the night with the alley cat. Maybe the alley cat had a quirk that made people nicer? It's rare for animals to have quirks, but not impossible, Izuku absently pondered. For the next couple of hours, Eraserhead led Izuku through different evasive maneuvers. He showed Izuku how to stand on the ball of his feet instead of his heels and to keep his knees bent just enough so that it would be harder to get knocked. Time flew by, and before Izuku even realized, Eraserhead was having him do cool-down stretches as a way to end the night's training. It was a little past midnight, and even though Izuku was sweaty and sore, he was still wide awake. Though, to be fair, he usually did stay up until near sunrise. As Izuku was getting ready to leave, shyly thanking the hero for spending the time to teach him, Eraserhead motioned for him to wait. Eraser walked over to a duffel bag that was leaning against the wall and began to rummage through its contents until finally finding what he was looking for. He walked back over to Izuku and, making sure to stand a respectable distance away from the boy, held out a plastic grocery bag. Izuku gently took the bag and curiously peeked inside. Because our training time ran a little late, and I wasn't sure if you had eaten beforehand, I grabbed you some food. It's mostly prepackaged, so nothing has been tampered with, Eraserhead explained as he swung his duffel bag over his shoulder. Surely, Izuku had been sent to some alternate universe because Eraserhead had not only spent the past 2 hours teaching him self-defense techniques, but he bought him food too? Maybe if Izuku pinched himself really hard, he'd wake up from this insane dream. Eraserhead, sir, why really didn't have to? Wait, is this why you asked me if I had any allergies in your last note? I'm already taking up your time, I can't take your money too, Izuku tried to argue. I didn't give you money, I gave you food, the hero smugly replied. Izuku huffed. You know what I meant. I do. I also know you can't build muscle from skin and bones, Eraser commented with a pointed look. You're a growing kid and you need a lot of food to aid in that growth. Izuku wanted to argue more, but Eraserhead didn't give him the chance. It really isn't a problem, kid. I'm an adult with a job, I can afford to send you home with some snacks. Think of it as part of your training. Izuku pet his head in confusion, so the hero expanded on his analogy. If you don't eat the right foods, you won't get the nutrients your body needs to grow, stay healthy, and gain muscle. If you don't take care of your body, then the training we do won't matter. Essentially, eating the right foods Eraser gestured towards the bag in Izuku's hands, ties in directly with your training. Makes sense? Sheet, yeah, Izuku couldn't argue with that knowledge. Besides, if he rejected the food it would be rude, and Eraserhead already bought it, so there was no sense in letting it go to waste. Yeah, that makes sense, Izuku muttered before bowing his head in thanks. I accept the food then, thank you, sir. Aizawa. Izuku quickly straightened himself. What? My name. You can call me Aizawa when we train together. Leave my hero name for when I'm on patrol, he instructed. The man walked over to the wall by the entrance of the warehouse and flicked a few switches, turning off the rest of the lights. Iris. Aizawa held open the door for Izuku and waited until the boy silently exited before he closed and locked it behind them. Aizawa stuffed the hand he wasn't using to carry his bag into his pocket and leveled Izuku with an unreadable look. You did well today, kid. We'll continue to meet Wednesdays and Saturdays. Same time, same place. Okay, Izuku agreed. It's not like he had any other plans. Have a good night then, Moth. I expect to see another note from you on Friday, Aizawa said, turning on his heel to leave before stopping and looking back at Izuku with a smirk. Try to stay out of trouble until then. Okay, problem child? Yes, sir, he squeaked. Diamen his prepubescent vocal cords. With a nod, the hero left, using his capture weapon to propel himself onto a roof and slipping into the darkness of the night. The only sounds now were the chirps of a few scattered crickets and the light breeze that echoed through the surrounding buildings. Left alone with the silence around him, Izuku began to make his own way back home. The events of the past 2 hours both fresh in his mind but feeling distant at the same time, like he was remembering someone else's memories. If it wasn't for the bag of food in his hand and the ache in his muscles, Izuku would think it had all been a hallucination. A very vivid hallucination. Trudging back to his apartment complex, and slipping past his creepy landlord that was asleep at the front desk, Izuku was ready to collapse onto his futon. He could feel the late-night training finally catching up to him. His legs felt like jelly and he was pretty sure his arms were about to fall off. The sudden rumbling in his stomach reminded him of the bag of food Eraser had given him. While at the warehouse, he only peeked into the bag but wasn't able to make out much. His anxiety from receiving the gift was too distracting. So curiosity and hunger getting the best of him, Izuku dumped the bag's contents on his little, wooden table. To us. So much food. 3 wrapped onigiri of various flavors, 3 packs of natto, an apple, a banana, a box of juice, a bottle of water, and a small taro cake. Oh, and a full bento of rice, vegetables, sausages, and sweet potato tempura. This much food could last Izuku for nearly a week. It was so much. It was too much. Everything suddenly felt too much. Too much food, too much kindness, too much pain in his aching muscles. Izuku had to shut his eyes to block out the light in his apartment that seemed to have been growing brighter and brighter. He felt like his skin was too tight, like wearing clothes that were too small and constricting. Anxiety clawed at his brain like a cat begging to come inside during a storm. The thought of every possible mistake that Izuku made today wormed its way to the forefront of his mind, and it made him dizzy. Was Izuku too slow at learning what Eraser was trying to teach him? Was Eraserhead frustrated with how bad of a student Izuku was? How much effort did Eraser go through to bring gym mats and wooden dummies to the warehouse just for someone as pathetic as him? Eraserhead couldn't even teach him properly because Izuku was scared of the man getting close. And was Izuku rude to him? He hardly talked to Eraser the entire time, and yet the hero still offered him food, so much food. Eraserhead even trusted him with his name, and Izuku didn't say anything. Eraserhead had no idea he was wasting his time teaching someone who was quirkless. Quirkless, useless, worthless, selfish, stupid, Deku. Memories of hateful crimson eyes and dangerously hot palms flashed in painful bursts. Fractured ribs and spider lilies, pulled hair and death threats, bloody noses and hurtful words carved into a school desk. Too much, too much, too much. Izuku couldn't feel his limbs. Too much, too much, too much. Izuku couldn't breathe. Then suddenly he could. Izuku gasped, air filling his lungs almost painfully. Hot liquid tickled his skin as it dripped down his arm. The bright fluorescent lights of the bathroom penetrated his closed eyes, making his vision swim with a deep orange behind his lids. Breathe in. Finally, slowly, Izuku opened his eyes and moved his gaze towards his left forearm. Blood was sluggishly dripping from deep cuts, like watered-down paint spilling from its tube. Breathe out. His blood, the same color of furious eyes that belonged to his ex-best friend. The same color of the fire that licked at the corners of his dad's mouth when he got angry. The same color of his mother's stained skirt when paramedics finally pulled her body from the wreckage. The same color as the ominous flowers that were given to him throughout his school years. Breathe in. Red was a color that was often associated with horrible things that Izuku couldn't control, things that made him hurt. But this dark red that bloomed from the cuts on his arms was different. It wasn't caused by the hands of school bullies or abusive fathers. It wasn't associated with flowers that symbolized death. No, this red came from his own actions. This kind of red, this kind of pain, he could control. Breathe out. Izuku wasn't hungry anymore. Shoyuta wasn't entirely sure what he was expecting from his first training session with Moth. He knew the kid was already nervous about being near him, not unlike a cautious stray kitten, but how would Moth fare with being close to Shoyuta in an enclosed space, if Moth even showed up to the warehouse at all? To his slight surprise, Moth did show up and he arrived perfectly on time. He could tell Moth was incredibly anxious as the kid took in the sights of the warehouse, his hands wringing together and his posture stiff. The little vigilante, despite his usual observational skills, didn't notice Shuta's presence right away. Not wanting to accidentally spook the kid, Shoyuta deliberately made his footsteps much louder than he was used to. Years of being an underground hero made him stealthy by default. Once Moth caught sight of him, he noticed the kid's tense shoulders relax a bit at the noticeable absence of Shuta's capture weapon. The hero internally thanked his past self for the foresight of putting his scarf in the duffel bag, knowing that not only would it just get in the way of today's training, but Moth seemed to always eye it with clear apprehension. Shoyuta also took a few other measures to ensure Moth would be as comfortable as possible during their lesson, such as dimming the lights in the warehouse, not getting too close, and audibly warning Moth before he touched him. Relief was evident on the kid's face. Well, from what amount of facial features Shoyuta could see. After that, training went smoothly. Moth was clearly eager to learn. He was quick to pick up new concepts and he never once complained about any of Shuta's corrections. Honestly, it was more than he could say for the majority of Hero Corps students Shoyuta had to teach. Besides making sure Moth was as comfortable as possible, Shoyuta did something he almost never did with any of his previous students. He made sure to praise Moth as often as he could when the kid did something well. At first, it wasn't entirely intentional, the encouraging comments feeling natural as they left his mouth. But once he saw the flicker of determination in Moth's eyes, Shoyuta didn't make himself stop. It was clear that this boy had been through some kind of hell and the thought of Moth being unfamiliar with kindness was a painful one. At the end of their first session, Shoyuta handed Moth a small bag of food and very carefully approached the topic of Moth's obvious malnutrition without directly pointing it out. After his explanation about the importance of a balanced diet as an aid to Moth's combat training, the kid accepted the food before they went their separate ways for the evening. All in all, Shoyuta thought it was a successful night. So why then did Moth look even worse during their next training session? The note that Moth left him on Friday was more simplistic than usual, but it wasn't enough to sound any alarm bells. But here, as the boy stood in front of him with dull eyes, stiff shoulders, and his head hanging low, Shoyuta couldn't help but try and analyze any possible reason for Moth's sudden regression. Another area of concern was how Moth seemed to be absent-mindedly favoring his left arm. Was he hurt in another villain encounter? Knowing the kid, it was very likely. Shoyuta didn't want to bring too much attention to Moth's sudden drop in mood or his possibly injured arm, but he did cautiously ask the boy if he needed to sit out of training for the day, commenting on how he looked a little more tired than usual. Moth shook his head, adamant that he was fine, and Shoyuta didn't push it any further. As much as the hero wanted to shove food and water in the boy's direction and send him off to bed, it wasn't his place to do so. So if the hero was more lenient and patient than usual during training that day, well, no one but Shoyuta had to know. As the weeks passed, their note system and in-person meetings still going strong, Shoyuta began to notice some promising changes. For one, Moth was becoming considerably more comfortable around Shoyuta. Not just in how Moth seemed less likely to jump out of his own skin, but to the point where Moth would actually hold full conversations with him. Moth would sometimes talk about his schoolwork or about a cool hero fight he saw, and Shoyuta would always give him his full attention, often asking questions to encourage the conversation. The first time Moth made a sarcastic comment about Shuta's obvious caffeine addiction, the hero couldn't help but smile. Sure, Shoyuta did depend on coffee like most people depended on water, but that's beside the point. He was just happy the kid felt comfortable enough to joke around to be the child he's supposed to be. Shoyuta had spent months trying to gain Moth's trust, trying to get the kid to see Shoyuta as an adult that wouldn't fail him. There was no doubt that Moth got where he was due to the failures of the adults that were supposed to care for him. It was a long process, but the hero could finally see the results, and every spark of life that flashed in the kid's eyes made it all worth it. It reminded Shoyuta why he became an underground hero in the first place, to help those that fell through the cracks of society, the victims that were often overlooked by limelight heroes. Now, Shoyuta had been working on Moth's case for nearly a year, but he had yet to tell anyone other than Tsukachi and his team. The detective knew the basics, trusting Shoyuta to ask for help if needed, but essentially, Shoyuta and Moth had created their own little world. This was purposeful on Shuta's part. In order to gain Moth's trust, Shoyuta didn't want to give away any of the kid's information that he didn't need to. When Moth told him something in confidence, Shoyuta didn't want to go behind his back and spill his secrets to others, not that there were many secrets to tell. Moth was very careful with the information he gave Shoyuta. Regardless, it was a delicate situation and it needed to be handled in a delicate manner. The point being, no one outside of those who were directly on the case knew about Shuta's relationship with the little vigilante. So when Hizashi asked why Shoyuta had begun to carry bags of candy in his utility belt, in the middle of a UA teachers meeting no less, he had to come up with an excuse as to why. Shoyuta couldn't outright say that he always kept snacks on him to give to a 12-year-old vigilante that he was secretly corresponding with as well as personally training because honestly, Shoyuta wasn't sure anyone would believe him. Shoyuta had a reputation of being extremely strict, unapproachable, and often intimidating. The Eraser hero had the highest expulsion rate in the history of UA, and it was well known he didn't exactly have the best patience when it came to children. So the idea of the disgruntled underground hero keeping snacks on him to give to a child he was definitely not growing a soft spot for? Absolutely ridiculous. Instead of actually addressing Hizashi's understandable curiosity, Shoyuta waved him off and muttered something about getting a sweet tooth. Thankfully, his friend found it to be a reasonable enough excuse and didn't push it. Shoyuta already had odd eating habits, so it wasn't too strange of an answer. Besides, it was all well worth it when he saw Moth light up at the small bag of candy or cookies he received. At first, Shoyuta would just pack the snacks in with the bag of food he always gave Moth, but it gradually became a sort of tradition to hand the kid a snack every time they saw each other, whether it was during a training session or even if Shoyuta ran into Moth while on patrol. Shoyuta quickly learned that Moth's favorite candy was sour gummy worms, specifically the red and blue ones, so Shoyuta may or may not have ordered a box in bulk. Besides candy, Shoyuta also learned that Moth's favorite food was katsudon. This information came about when Shoyuta was strategically making a mental list of what foods Moth liked so that the hero could pack him meals that he would be more likely to eat. Shoyuta could tell that there was a story behind Moth's favorite food. When the boy was telling him about not remembering the last time he actually ate katsudon, he had a faraway look in his eyes, one filled with bittersweet fondness. And if Moth became teary-eyed when Shoyuta brought him a to-go container of katsudon after one of their training sessions, the hero didn't point it out. Though Shoyuta could see Moth's overall progression, there were still plenty of bad days. Some nights, Moth would meet him at the warehouse with clear determination and eagerness to learn. Other nights, The kid looked like he wanted nothing more than to blend in with the shadows. He would curl in on himself, and it was clear he wasn't mentally present. His gaze was unfocused, and he sometimes favored one, or both, of his arms like he was in pain. If Moth was one of his hero core students, he would make the kid sit out. Being unfocused and slow on the battlefield could mean injury or death, and it wasn't something Shoyuta liked to encourage during training either. But once again, Shoyuta broke his own rules and made sure to pay special attention to Moth on those bad days. Without making it too obvious, the hero would take things a little slower, he would speak just a tad softer, and he made sure to focus on the things that Moth did correctly. It was those bad days that Moth needed someone to support him, even if the kid didn't know it, and Shoyuta would gladly fill that role. It was on one of those bad days that Shoyuta noticed another upsetting truth about the boy. He was clearly touch-starved. Shoyuta was walking Moth through a series of counterattacks. He could tell Moth's arms were hurting him again, so they focused on different kinds of kicks. Moth was especially excited to learn how to trip someone by sweeping their legs or kicking the backs of their knees. Then it happened. The kid managed to perform a perfect sliding axe kick, and for the first time that night, Moth looked proud of himself. Perhaps the feeling was contagious because Shoyuta couldn't help but feel a spark of pride as well. Without thinking, Shoyuta reached out to pat the kid on the head. It was the first time that he touched Moth without explicitly warning him, and for the briefest second, Shoyuta worried he had crossed a boundary. Shoyuta went to pull his hand away, but to his shock, Moth leaned into the touch. The kid's eyes crinkled slightly at the edges as a sign that he was smiling. Shoyuta could only describe the feeling he got as pure gratification, like when a terrified stray cat let you pet them for the first time. Shoyuta muttered a "good job, kid," before he finally pulled away. Moth didn't seem upset by Shuta's proximity or the fact that he had touched him without warning, and simply readied himself back into his fighting stance to continue training. As Shoyuta made his way home from the evening's training session, he couldn't help but replay the scenario in his head. On one hand, he felt like a major step forward had been taken in earning Moth's trust. On the other hand, the way Moth instinctively leaned into the positive touch only signified to the hero that the kid was touch-starved. The implications of that didn't sit right with him, and once again Shoyuta speculated on Moth's home life. The kid was clearly neglected, but to what extent? Did the kid have abusive guardians? Were the injuries on his arms from physical abuse? Did the kid even have guardians at all? Maybe Moth was one of the many kids lost in the worst parts of the foster care system. The possibilities were endless, and none of them were good. After that night, every time Shoyuta saw Moth, he would try and sneak in a moment of brief physical contact, if only to test the waters and see if the first incident was just a fluke. But every time the hero gave the kid a light shoulder squeeze or another pat on the head, Moth leaned into it like he was soaking up warmth. It was both a wonderful development but an equally painful one. Another addition to their weekly traditions happened a few weeks after the head-patting incident. Shoyuta was on his usual patrol when he decided to stop for a break. There was a vending machine by one of the bus stops on the outskirts of the red light district. There were no buses running this late, and the only light around was the soft glow of the vending machine. He grabbed a can of undoubtedly awful-tasting iced coffee and sat on the bench. It was a quiet evening, which for Shoyuta meant that work was slow. Usually, as it got warmer out, crime rates would go up, but it seemed as if every villain de-iced to take the night off. The hero figured the rest of his patrol would be just as uneventful until he heard the faintest footsteps coming from his left. The hero cautiously sat up straight and placed a hand on his capture scarf. He made himself look like he was still sitting casually on the bench, but he was ready to spring into action in a moment's notice. As it turned out, there was no need to have his guard up because the person that finally stepped into the light of the vending machine was Moth. Shoyuta inwardly sighed in relief. He really didn't feel like fighting at the moment, and gestured to the kid to sit next to him on the bench. Moth didn't hesitate to perch himself next to the hero, his small legs only barely reaching the ground. It was quiet between the two of them, but not uncomfortable. Surprisingly, it was Moth that spoke first. "Is the coffee any good?" Shoyuta huffed in amusement. "Absolutely not. It tastes like gasoline." Moth tilted his head and let out the faintest giggle. "How do you know what gasoline tastes like?" Shoyuta gave the kid an unimpressed glare. Cocky little sheet. Fine. It's what I imagine gasoline to taste like. Moth nodded, accepting his answer without further question. They fell into another lapse of silence. Spring was around the corner, so the crickets began to play their usual symphony. The whirring of the vending machine only added to the comfortable background noise. Would you like something to drink? Shoyuta asked, breaking the quiet. Moth looked up at him, then at the drinks that were displayed on the backlit shelves. The hero could tell Moth was struggling to say yes, possibly worried about having money spent on him. It had taken a while for the kid to get used to the gifts of food after each training session, so Shoyuta wasn't surprised by Moth's hesitation. Shoyuta stood up and made his way to the vending machine as if Moth had already accepted his offer. You like apple juice, right? Shoyuta asked without looking at the kid. After a few seconds, he heard a soft, yes please. He grabbed the bottle of juice that was dropped into the lower compartment and sat back down on the bench before handing Moth the chilled drink. He knew, of course, that Moth wouldn't lift his mask to drink in front of him, so Shoyuta angled his body away and stared off into the shadows of the neighborhood. Another sense of achievement swelled in his chest when he heard the distinct snap of the bottle's cap being taken off. After a few minutes, he heard the cap being screwed back on. Thank you, he heard Moth mumble. You can turn around now. Shoyuta moved to sit back against the bench again and took a sip of his own drink. He noticed that Moth had drank half of the bottle before placing it next to him on the bench. Shoyuta turned his head to Moth, showing him he was listening. He knew that the kid got nervous about asking questions, so he never pushed it, only giving nonverbal indications that Moth could ask him something if he wanted. Can I ask something about your capture weapon? Only if it's okay though. Sorry. Moth was focusing intently on the hands in his lap. He was absently playing with a loose thread on the hem of his hoodie. Of course. What were you wondering? The boy hunched his shoulders slightly. How does it work? He asked. It's something I've been trying to figure out because I like support items. And I'm also just kinda curious. The subject of Moth's question was honestly a bit of a surprise to Shoyuta. He knew the kid was apprehensive about his scarf, ever since the day that Shoyuta had caught him in it and Moth had accidentally cut himself when escaping. Since then, Shoyuta always took it off before their training sessions to ease the boy's anxiety. Now though, his capture weapon sat comfortably against his collarbone, the familiar weight soothing. Shoyuta hummed in thought before answering. To be entirely honest, I have no clue. Moth looked up at him in confusion. Shoyuta smirked and continued. I'm not an expert in support items. What I do know is that my capture weapon was made with some kind of special metal alloy and carbon fibers. I'm unsure of the exact science behind it, but my DNA was woven into the fibers, causing it to react to my brain waves. Sort of like an extra limb. Shoyuta watched Moth's eyes shine in pure fascination, and the hero had to hide a fond smile behind his scarf. Any reservations the boy had about his weapon seemed to vanish as he began to fire off questions and theories. Is that why it floats sometimes? Or does it only float when you use your quirk? Because I noticed your hair floats too when your quirk is active. How far can you control it? Like, could you hold one end and completely control the other end? If you had two of them, could you control two at once? I know people with mutation quirks that give them extra limbs also have sections of their brain that are biologically mutated to have specific neurons that transmit the signals that allow them to control their limbs. If your scarf is damaged, does dash. Moth suddenly cut himself off, his eyes widening in panic. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Shoyuta raised a brow, slightly thrown off by the extremely sudden mood change. It was something he was used to with Moth. One moment, the kid could be outgoing and focused, and the next he would completely shut down. For what? Shoyuta asked gently. Moth looked back down at his hands again, but this time he was harshly pulling on his fingers. Shoyuta had a strong urge to reach over and pull his hands apart so the kid wouldn't hurt himself. Instead, he waited patiently for Moth to continue. I cut your capture weapon. I cut it in half and I ruined it. I'm sorry. The hero watched as Moth slowly inched away from him on the bench, his muscles tense like he was ready to bolt. A scared bunny. Shoyuta batted the thought away. I appreciate the apology, but it's okay. I have more than one capture weapon, and even if I need to get one fixed, it doesn't cost me anything. I have a friend that works in support. Shoyuta explained. You aren't the first person to cut my scarf, and you certainly won't be the last. Moth raised his head timidly, searching for something on the hero's face. I've had to cut it myself plenty of times. I actually carry a knife specifically made to cut my scarf in an emergency situation, such as it getting tangled or a villain trying to use it against me. Shoyuta could see Moth's shoulders drop in relief, and the look of fascination once again filled his eyes. If you'd like, Shoyuta continued, I can bring it with me to our next training session if you want a closer look at how I use it. It's entirely up to you though. Okay. Shoyuta gave an affirmative nod before turning to look back out at the peaceful darkness that enveloped the streets. For the third time that night, Shoyuta and Moth breathed in the silence, enjoying the soft quiet of each other's company. It became an unspoken tradition to meet at that particular bus stop every other Tuesday night. Shoyuta with his disgusting can of iced coffee and Moth with his bottle of apple juice. Sometimes they would talk, and sometimes they would just sit in comfortable stillness. Sometimes Moth would have that glimmer of life in his eyes, and sometimes they would be red and swollen with previously shed tears. But always, Shoyuta offered Moth his full attention and silent support. Talking with Moth became part of Shuta's routine, whether it was through notes, during their training sessions, or while sitting on the bench by the vending machine. Of course, the hero still had the end goal of gaining Moth's trust so that he could eventually find out more about the kid's personal life and take the necessary steps to get Moth the proper help he needed. But sometimes, Shoyuta wasn't always paying attention to the bridge of trust that was being built between them. Sometimes, Moth would do something to catch him off guard and would remind him of just how young and lonely Moth was. It was moments like those that simultaneously warmed Shuta's heart and crushed it with the reality of the boy's situation. Shoyuta made his way to the old bench by Ishihara's corner store. Somehow, after months, the rock was still used as a paperweight and the notes were never taken or tampered with. He wasn't going to question it. Shoyuta was asked by his agency to assist on a raid that Wednesday, so he needed to leave Moth a note explaining that they couldn't hold their normal training session. It wasn't new for the hero to cancel his time with Moth due to work, and the boy never once seemed upset by it. Shoyuta did, however, bring a bag of food with him to hide under the bush by the bench on those days so Moth wouldn't go without. When Shoyuta approached the bench, he immediately noticed that there was something behind the rock. It was about the same size as the rock, so it wasn't completely hidden, but between the rock and the darkness of the night Shoyuta couldn't make out what it was until he stepped closer. To the stone aside, and his eyes widened slightly at what he found. Laying on the old bench with a green sticky note attached was a stuffed cat plush. It was a black cat with golden eyes. Its nose and the inside of its ears were lined in a pink and white polka dot pattern. But what really caught his attention was the little, obviously handmade, gray scarf wrapped around the plush's neck. Shoyuta turned his attention to the green sticky note, the same type of paper that Moth always used, and read, I found this cat plush at the market and it reminded me of you. I hope you like it. Moth. Shoyuta was extremely grateful that he was alone and that it was darker than normal that night, because there was nothing that could stop the smile that etched itself across his face. Sure, it was a simple cat plush that could be found at any toy store, but the fact that Moth had seen it and thought of Shoyuta, then proceeded to make it a little capture weapon, caused an unstoppable warmth to blossom in his chest. In all of his years as a teacher, none of his students had ever given him a gift, not that he expected any. But Moth, this timid, nervous, and clearly hurting child, found a companion in the stoic underground hero. And perhaps, though he couldn't name what it was, Shoyuta had found something in Moth as well. Izuku could tell that today was going to be a good day. He wasn't sure why. Maybe it was the hints of the coming spring that showed itself in new flowers and warming temperatures. Maybe because he was blessed by a stray cat that let him rub its belly. Regardless, today was going to be a good day and Izuku didn't want to waste it. Because Eraserhead, he still wasn't fully comfortable calling the man by his civilian name, has been giving him a bag full of food twice a week. Izuku didn't need to spend nearly as much money on groceries. He was still uncomfortable taking the food, but he had long since given up on trying to persuade the hero that the gifts were unnecessary. Izuku felt guilty, but he couldn't deny that having extra cash on him felt nice. So yes, today was a good day and Izuku had a little extra spending money that he wanted to put towards a new support item he was working on. He had spent the past few weeks experimenting with making his own flash grenades, and while they technically worked, they weren't as reliable as he'd like them to be. Most of the material he used for his support items came from the scrapyard, and the materials for the prototype flash grenade were no exception. Thankfully, there was a used parts store that had just what he needed to perfect his project. Wearing his usual outfit of dark jeans, a hoodie, and a face mask and the prototype support item in his pocket alongside his bow staff, Izuku began his trip to the nicer parts of Mizudafu. It was nearing sunset by the time Izuku boarded the train. It was crowded as most train cars are, so he kept his head down and listened for his stop to be called. It had been over 2 years since he stepped foot in the better parts of Mizudafu. He and his mother used to live in a nice apartment complex that overlooked the city, and he hadn't realized how much he missed it until he saw the blurred shapes of familiar buildings pass by from out the train window. The sky was painted in hues of oranges and pinks when he arrived at his destination. The evening air was pleasantly breezy and the streets were relatively empty. The used parts store wasn't far from the station, only about a 2-mile walk if Izuku cut through the underpass by the park. There would likely be fewer people on this route as well, which was always a plus. It wasn't that Izuku hated people, he just wasn't used to being around so many. He also wanted to enjoy the silence of this part of Mizudafu. Where he lived, in the red light district, there was always noise of some kind. People shouting, babies crying, dogs barking. But here, where limelight heroes patrolled the streets and bright street lamps illuminated every corner, Izuku could let his guard down. Here, he wasn't a vigilante but just another civilian enjoying the evening. So of course the universe had to give Izuku the middle finger by basically dropping a villain in his lap on his day off. Izuku was walking through the underpass, his hands shoved in his pocket and his mind wandering when a manhole cover behind him popped open with a loud clank. He spun around just in time to come face to face with a giant ball of mucus. It must be my lucky day. You'll make the perfect meat suit to hide in, kid, the mucus wetly growled. Not mucus, slime. It was a man with a slime quirk. His weak points are anything solid like his eyes and mouth, Izuku's brain supplied. Izuku didn't hesitate to pull out his bow staff and extend it, gripping it tightly and shifting into the fighting stance that Eraserhead taught him. He couldn't let the slime get too close, so he would need to fight from a distance. He was also at risk of losing his staff if it got caught in the green goo. Even if he could take the villain down, he had no way of restraining it. His best bet was to jab the slime villain in the eye to buy himself enough time to call the police. I have one chance. I need to make this count. The mountain of sludge lunged at Izuku with a grating laugh. Don't worry, it'll only hurt for a minute. You'll be my hero, the villain exclaimed with amusement. Izuku bit his tongue and held his ground. Right as the villain was about to reach him with goopy tendrils, Izuku held up his bow staff like a spear and rammed the end of it into the sludge man's left eye. The villain reared back and began to blindly thrash around as he roared in agony. You little sheet. I'll kill Y dash. Texas smash. A strong gust of wind blew through the underpass like a miniature tornado. Izuku instinctively shut his eyes and used his arms to shield his face from the swirling gust of air. Only when the wind died down did Izuku lower his arms and open his eyes again. What was once a single large pile of slime was now multiple smaller piles of slime staining the cement, and standing in the entrance of the underpass, tall and proud, was All Might. Number FNG1 Hero. All Might. Are you all right there, young man? The hero bellowed. His deep and strong voice echoed loudly against the concrete walls. Izuku was starstruck. Of course he was. It was All Might. Even though he wasn't as big of a fanboy as he used to be, All Might was still his favorite hero. Izuku shook his head to clear himself from his dazed admiration and noticed that All Might had begun to scoop up what was left of the slime villain, placing the sludge into empty soda bottles. Yes, sir. I'm all right, thank you. Capping the bottles, the hero looked back towards Izuku and flashed him a shining smile. Happy to hear it. It looked like you were holding your own pretty good there, kid. Keep it up and you'll make a fine hero one day. Now I must be off. I need to get this guy to the poly dash. I can be a hero? Izuku interrupted, even if I don't have a quirk? Izuku felt bad cutting off All Might mid-sentence, but he had to know. The number one hero had just complimented him for standing his ground against a villain and told him he'd make a fine hero, but he had to know. He had to be sure. All Might paused, his usual bright smile falling ever so slightly. Without a quirk? A heavy feeling of dread began to bubble in Izuku's gut. The sudden atmosphere surrounding the hero grew quiet and cold. If it was anyone else, they might not have noticed it, but Izuku, who had to learn to read even the most minuscule changes in someone's body language in order to survive, certainly did. Izuku swallowed nervously. Yes, sir. I'm quirkless, he practically whispered. He had to stop himself from flinching when he said the word quirkless, so used to the pain that would immediately follow. But All Might did not strike him, at least not physically. The hero sighed, deep and almost dramatically. Pro-heroes risk their lives every day to keep citizens safe from villains, and some villains just can't be beaten without power, All Might explained slowly. So honestly? No, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. Don't get me wrong, kid, you did well against this villain, but that was all pure luck. If I didn't show up, you certainly would have died. Without a quirk, you would only be a burden out on the field. All Might turned away from Izuku. I'm sorry, young man. It's good to have dreams, but keep them realistic. With that, All Might took one giant leap into the air and was gone. Izuku thought that today was going to be a good day until he remembered that someone like him doesn't deserve good days. Honestly? No, I don't think you can be a hero. You stupid, useless Deku. Do you really think someone as weak as you could be a hero? Huh. If I didn't show up, you certainly would have died. I'm sorry, Inko, but if I have to be a father to a quirkless brat like him, I'd rather not be a father at all. You would only be a burden. Hey Deku, why don't you do us all a favor and take a swan dive off the roof of a building? Izuku knew. He knew not all men were created equal. He knew that his place in the world was at the bottom. He knew that only a fool would think otherwise. Apparently, Izuku was a fool. He never should have thought that he could help people, that he could make a difference in the world. He never should have thought that he would be anything but a burden to the people around him. His father had left because he was a burden. Kakin had stopped being his friend because he was a burden. His mother had died because he was a burden. Eraserhead was wasting his time looking after him because he was a useless, pathetic burden. And now, you would only be a burden. All Might thought he was a burden too. Izuku was such a effing idiot for even daring to think he was anything else. He didn't deserve to be anything else. He didn't deserve to be alive. Izuku felt himself begin to fall apart. His carefully constructed facade of emotional stability was slipping away, and trying to hold himself together any longer was impossible. His limbs felt like they were made of heavy lead and his bones ached from their weight. Izuku might as well be chained to an anchor and dropped into the ocean because he already felt like he was drowning. He was drowning and he knew there was no point in struggling anymore. He tried, didn't he? He tried to survive in a world that was so determined to tear him apart, physically and mentally, simply for being born. He tried his best, but it wasn't enough. Nothing he ever did was enough. Izuku wasn't enough. So was it okay to let go? Was it okay to give up now? Was he allowed to admit defeat and throw in the towel now that he knew there was nothing else for him in this life? Could he finally rest now? Because Izuku just wanted it all to stop. He was so tired. He was defeated, and broken, and hurting, and so effing tired. He kept himself going for so long with nothing more than the delusional dream of one day being a hero. A dream that All Might took in his large hands and crushed like fragile porcelain. He wasn't angry at the hero, of course not, because All Might was right. He was right, and he was simply reminding Izuku of the truth. He was reminding him of his place in the world, and for Izuku that place just so happened to be 6 feet under. A fitting resting spot for someone who belonged underneath everyone else. So maybe that was why Izuku found himself standing at the edge of the tallest building he could find in the red light district. Maybe he wanted to feel bigger than himself, bigger than the world before his body returned to the earth where he could finally be useful as bug food or fertilizer. Unless they cremate my remains and dump them in the trash, Izuku mused with a humorless chuckle. It didn't matter how they found his body or what they did with it after. Because the point was he wouldn't be around to care. He wouldn't be around to hurt anymore. He just wanted the pain to stop. He wanted the tightness in his chest and the pounding in his temples to stop. He wanted everything to stop. Breathe in. Izuku took a step closer to the edge. It was an abandoned office building that had since become a shelter to the homeless and rats during the colder months. It was supposed to have been torn down after the company went bankrupt, but instead it's been left to rot. Which meant that there wouldn't be many people around to witness Izuku's shameful act of defeat. Breathe out. He took another step. He pondered on the idea, for just a moment, of leaving behind a note until he remembered that no one would actually care if he died. No one would look for him besides Eraserhead, but once the hero found out who he was, found out he was a quirkless nobody, then Eraser would be glad he was dead. Eventually, his dad would find out, and maybe Kaken too, and they would both be relieved. No one would be burdened by his existence anymore. Breathe in. Looking down to the streets below made him dizzy. Usually, heights didn't bother him, but knowing that his body would soon be a splatter on cement in a few moments caused his stomach to turn. It was like reaching the highest peak of a roller coaster and staring down at the vertical drop. The anticipation was nerve-wracking, but the end would be worth it. Breathe out. He took one last step forward. He was teetering on the very edge, both emotionally and literally. The gentle breeze that was keeping him company in his last moments felt nice. It was like the world was telling him goodbye because no one else would. Breathe in. Izuku closed his eyes and relaxed his arms at his sides. He imagined he was 4 years old again before he was diagnosed quirkless. He imagined he was at the park with his mom, sitting at the top of the tallest slide. It was such a long way down and he was scared, but his mom was at the bottom, holding her arms open to catch him. She was smiling at him, waiting patiently for Izuku to find the courage to slide down. It's okay, Izuku, just let go. I'll catch you. Okay, mommy. I'll meet you at the bottom. The breeze grew stronger. Invisible hands gently pushing him forward with the promise of permanent rest. Breathe out. Izuku closed his eyes, turned his back towards the city, and let himself fall. It was Saturday evening, and like every Saturday evening, Shoyuta was to meet Moth at the warehouse for combat training. Moth was learning incredibly quickly, absorbing any new information like a sponge. Not for the first time, Shoyuta wished a quarter of the students he taught had the same humility and drive to learn. If they did, he wouldn't have to expel so many. Shoyuta was also pleased with Moth's emotional growth. While the kids still had enough issues to challenge even a seasoned therapist, the progress was still visible. Moth was more open and expressive with Shoyuta now, the bridge of trust between them becoming more solid by the day. He didn't need to warn Moth whenever he needed to get near him or touch him, though Shoyuta still made sure to be mindful of his personal space. Overall, he thought that things were going well. That soon, Moth would trust him enough to finally accept proper help. All he wanted was to see the kid happy and healthy and safe. God knows Moth deserved it. He was a child that was so obviously hurt again and again by the world, yet he still had a heart of pure gold. Something like that was rare, and Shoyuta would do his best to kindle that potential. He knew that no matter where Moth went in life, he would make an impact. He would worm his way into the hearts of everyone around him just as he'd done to Shoyuta. But he needed to make sure that Moth had the proper help and support first. So he made his way to the warehouse, determination fueling his steps as he maneuvered across rooftops. Perhaps it was because the hero was slightly distracted he was going over the evening's training plan in his head that he nearly missed the figure standing on the edge of the old office building. It was a building he always made sure to keep a close eye on during patrols because it was a popular location for vandalism, squatters, and suicide attempts. The last reason was unfortunately common. He talked down nearly a dozen different people from jumping off of that particular roof over the past few years. Being an underground hero made suicide attempts common territory, but it never made it easier. As much as Shoyuta hated to be late to their meetings, Moth would have to wait. Right now, the person stepping closer to the edge took priority. Shoyuta used his capture weapon to safely and quietly land on the opposite end of the roof from where the person was standing. From this distance, he couldn't make out much, but he did see that the figure was wearing dark clothes and, to Shuda's intense worry, they were noticeably small. Almost child-sized. God, please don't let it be a kid, Shoyuta pleaded silently. Anxiously, Shoyuta crept closer. He was just over halfway across the roof when the figure turned to face him. Their eyes were closed and their expression resigned. Shoyuta felt his heart leap into his throat. Because the person standing on the edge was a kid. Specifically, it was his kid. It was Moth. The next few seconds happened in slow motion, as if he was struck by someone with a time manipulation quirk. Moth tilted his head up to the sky, eyes still closed, and proceeded to tip himself backward over the edge. Shoyuta didn't hesitate. He threw one end of his capture weapon towards Moth, not letting himself breathe until he could feel his scarf snag around the boy's waist. He thanked every star above that he was close enough, that he was fast enough. Moth had fallen barely a foot when Shoyuta managed to catch him. The hero quickly pulled Moth in and away from the edge, not stopping, not breathing until the kid was safely in his arms. Shoyuta pulled back from Moth just a bit, keeping his hands locked on the boy's shoulders so he could examine him for any injuries. Moth seemed mostly fine, aside from large, red-rimmed eyes wet with tears that cascaded down the boy's face. Moth was shaking so hard that Shoyuta could feel the vibrations in his own bones. Moth's knees suddenly gave out and Shoyuta was quick to catch him. The hero slowly lowered them both to the ground, his hands staying firm on the boy's skinny shoulders. He felt like his mind was swimming. His heart was pounding so quickly that he thought his ribs might crack from the pressure. Shoyuta had come across many suicide attempts. He stopped many but failed a few as well. He always hated it, hated the feeling of helplessness, knowing that he couldn't physically fight the monsters that brood inside other people's heads. But never once did Shoyuta feel this small, this scared. Because this was a child, the youngest jumper he's saved so far, and more importantly, it was Moth. It was his kid. The same boy that loved gummy worms and apple juice, who loved to talk about quirks and support items, who liked cats almost as much as Shoyuta did. Moth was just a kid. He was just a baby. Yet the world was so unkind, so cruel to this boy that he felt like his only option was to leave it. Shoyuta said in a shaky breath. What the hell were you thinking? He couldn't stop his voice from wavering, nor could he control the tremors in his limbs that made his muscles feel numb and useless. Until now, Moth was deathly silent. His tears were soundless and even his breathing was quiet. But as if Shoyuta had broken open a dam, Moth's cries suddenly became violent. Choked sobs racked his small frame and his hands clutched weakly onto the front of Shuda's jumpsuit. The boy's wails were painful to listen to, so defeated and haunting. The anguish embedded into every tear was nearly tangible. The hero didn't think twice about scooping the boy up and resting him in his lap, his arms holding Moth tightly to his chest like he was worried that the kid would suddenly vanish. Or worse, try to jump again. So Shoyuta used his own body to shield the agonized child as if he could protect Moth from every horror in the world by simply being present. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them could. Moth was hardly able to catch his breath through shaken sobs and Shoyuta was too busy trying to slow down his heart before it beat a tattoo against his lungs. He closed his eyes and let himself focus on the small body he held in his arms. He counted every hitched breath that shuddered from Moth's chest and felt relief in the feeling of small fingers twisting into his shirt like an anchor. He couldn't stop the ache that came with the knowledge of just how tiny Moth was and way too light. With his hand resting against Moth's back, he could easily feel every notch of his spine. He wasn't sure how long they sat there on the roof of the building. It was long enough for Shuda's legs to go slightly numb and for Moth's cries to quiet down. The only sounds now were Shuda's own heartbeat, Moth's occasional whimper, and the whispering breeze that blanketed them both. Moth sniffed and rubbed his eyes with the back of his free hand. His other hand still held tightly to Shuda's hero costume. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. His sounded so shattered, like spiderwebbed cracks in a broken piece of glass. Shoyuta hushed him, rubbing circles on the boy's back. It's all right. You're okay. Please don't hate me, Moth whined, his voice impossibly small. He was already young but God, Holding him like this and hearing him sound so defeated made Moth seem so much younger. I don't hate you. I promise I don't hate you. You're all right now, Shoyuta assured him. They spent another few minutes like that, Moth pleading for forgiveness and Shoyuta whispering comforting words in return. Finally, when he thought Moth was calm enough, Shoyuta asked the question he honestly wasn't sure he wanted the answer to. What happened? Moth just closed his eyes and shook his head. Please, kiddo. I can't help you if I don't know what's wrong. Did something happen today that made you feel like you needed to? The hero trailed off. He couldn't quite bring himself to say, that made you feel like you needed to kill yourself? But Moth seemed to have understood all the same. The boy clutched Shuta's shirt even tighter. His eyes were squeezed closed like he was trying to stop more tears from falling. It was a futile attempt, pearly beads of grief still swelled at the corners of his lashes. He told me dash, Moth's breath hitched painfully as he tried to get the words out. He told me I couldn't dash. The boy let out a desperate whimper and moved to press his palms to his eyes. Couldn't what? Shoyuta prompted, one hand still holding Moth tightly while the other continued to rub soothing circles between Moth's prominent shoulder blades. I asked him if I could be a hero. Moth shook his head like he was trying to dispel whatever awful image that was stuck in his mind. He told me I couldn't. He said that I was only a burden. Kid dash. He was right. I'm just a burden. Everyone always leaves me because I'm just a useless waste of space. All I do is cause problems for everyone else and dash. Moth, Shoyuta sternly interrupted. He refused to let the kid berate himself any longer. It hurt too much to listen to. I don't know who told you such blatant lies, but he's wrong. You're a good kid with a big heart. You aren't a burden to anyone that matters. You aren't a burden to me. Moth opened his eyes and looked at Shoyuta with disbelief, but the hero wasn't deterred. He would make this kid understand that he was worth being cared about, that he was worth being loved and supported. No one, especially a goddamn child, should ever feel like their life was worth less than others. And though I don't condone you putting yourself in harm's way as a vigilante, I can guarantee that to the people you've saved, you're already a hero, kid. Shoyuta shifted a bit so that he could better see Moth's eyes. He needed this boy to know that there was at least one person in his corner. If you want to be a hero, Moth, then you can be. There is nothing stopping you. I've seen firsthand the potential you have, and kid, you're overflowing with it. It was either the wrong thing to say or it was just what Moth needed to hear because the boy broke down into another fit of sobs. Shoyuta made a mental note to make sure Moth drank plenty of water afterward, positive that the kid was dehydrated from all the crying. Eventually, Moth quieted down again and in a whisper, said, a hero. A hero. A hero told me that. Moth's voice was only just loud enough to not be obscured by the wind. At first, Shoyuta didn't understand, but then a sickening realization sank into him with angry, serrated claws. A hero told you that you're a burden? That you couldn't be a hero? Moth nodded, his head resting against Shuta's chest. The kid was obviously exhausted. Now, Shoyuta is a logical man. As a pro-hero himself as well as a teacher to hero hopefuls, he knew that telling every single kid that they could be heroes was not only irrational but dangerous. But this was different. He knows Moth. Moth isn't some self-centered brat with a hero complex or a lazy kid that isn't willing to put in effort towards their goals. No, Moth was filled to the brim with determination. He's selfless to a fault and he constantly goes beyond Shuta's expectations. Moth was a kid that's seen the worst of the world but had come out the other side still seeing the best in people. So for a hero of all people, to look at this shining child and not only tell him he couldn't be a hero, but that he's a burden as well? Shoyuta wanted nothing more than for said hero to meet the end of his fist. Shoyuta took a deep breath, keeping his rage in check. What hero said that to you? No. Moth startled, his eyes wide in fear. Christ, did the hero threaten him too? Moth dash. I can't. I won't. Moth shook his head rapidly. You wouldn't believe me anyway, the boy added quietly. You can tell me. I promise you aren't in trouble, he said, trying to coax an answer out of the trembling child. Please just drop it. Not now. I can't. Shoyuta sighed deeply. As much as he wanted to know what hero hurt the kid, he didn't want to push Moth too much. He'd already been through enough tonight and he already looked half asleep in Shuta's arms anyway. He'll just have to be patient. He'll find out who it was eventually, but right now, Moth's well-being took priority and Shoyuta desperately wanted to get the boy off of the roof. Okay, it's all right. You don't have to tell me right now. But we do need to make our way down, yeah? It's still a bit cold out, not the best conditions for sleeping on a roof, Shoyuta gently stated, slowly adjusting both himself and Moth so that they could stand. It took a minute, but eventually he got Moth to his feet and with the boy leaning against him, led him to the roof's exit and down the stairs. It was slow going, Moth nearly tripping every once in a while, but they finally made it out of the building and onto solid ground. Shoyuta pointedly ignored the haunting feeling he got when he looked at the spot on the sidewalk where Moth's body would have ended up if his attempt was successful. He strategically guided Moth away from the building and began walking towards the nearest police station. He knew the kid was going to get upset. He knew Moth was going to possibly panic about where they were going, but Shoyuta couldn't wait anymore. He couldn't risk Moth trying to hurt himself again. He just had to make sure Moth understood that he wasn't in trouble, that Shoyuta wasn't going to leave him. The hero had invested too much time and cared too deeply to hand Moth over and let fate decide the boy's future. Moth's words echoed in his head. Everyone always leaves me because I'm just a useless waste of space. No matter what happens next, he vowed to be there for Moth every step of the way. Not only would he have to be present for the kid's court case if it turned to that, seeing as he was the hero assigned to Moth's case, but he wanted to make sure Moth had some kind of solid support system. Whether it was abusive parents or problems with the foster system, Shoyuta would be a constant in Moth's life. Shoyuta cleared his throat. I know you aren't going to be happy with this decision, but I can't just let you go after your attempt. I'm going to take you to one of my friends at the police station, all right? He's a good man and he can help you. Izuku came to an abrupt stop. His head was still full of static from the past few hours and his body had yet to stop shaking. If he were being honest, he hadn't really been mentally present since he talked with All Might. He was falling apart at the seams and when Eraserhead and shown up out of nowhere and stopped him from jumping, Izuku couldn't help but fall apart in the hero's arms. He couldn't remember the last time he had been hugged or felt so protected. His brain screamed at him to just trust the man, to let Eraserhead find all of his pieces and glue them back together because Izuku was so tired of trying to keep himself from breaking. But then, I know you aren't going to be happy with this decision, but I can't just let you go after your attempt. I'm going to take you to one of my friends at the police station, all right? He's a good man and he can help you, Eraserhead said, his voice gentle. No. Izuku felt like someone had just dumped a bucket of ice water on top of him. His breathing quickened uncontrollably and fear pumped through his veins. No, Izuku stared at the hero, his eyes wide and his voice shaky. No, you promised. He couldn't help. That his words came out more like a whimper. Because Eraserhead promised. He promised he wouldn't turn him in. He promised he wouldn't make Izuku do anything he didn't want to. He promised. Eraserhead looked slightly hesitant, like he was fighting himself on something. Moth. The hero raised his arms slowly, showing himself to be no threat. It didn't help. Izuku's skin was crawling and his legs itched to run fast and far. I'm sorry, kid, but I can't in good conscience let you go. Not after what just happened. Eraserhead's usual stoic expression turned almost pained at his next words. I can't let you try and hurt yourself again. No! Moth nearly screamed and took a step back. Eraserhead matched his step to keep the distance between them close. Izuku could no longer feel his lips or the tips of his fingers. His head felt like it was full of cotton while his lungs felt like they were filled with thorns. You need help, kid. Please, let me help you, Eraser pleaded. Moth could see the sincerity in his eyes and he wanted so badly to trust him. Eraserhead was his favorite hero now that All Might crushed his dreams and he had been nothing but nice and patient and kind to Izuku. But if Eraserhead found out who he was, if he found out Izuku was quirkless, then the hero would never look at him the same way again. He would see that Izuku wasn't worth his time. He would leave him just like everyone else did. And if the police got involved? Izuku would either be shipped off to America to live with his dad, or he'd be sent to an orphanage or foster home where the chances of survival for a quirkless kid were less than 30%. As much as he wanted to trust Eraser, he just couldn't. He couldn't risk it, and Izuku's heart ached with the reality of his current situation. Because now, either way, he had to lose the first person that was ever kind to him. Either Eraserhead learns the truth about Izuku and abandons him, or Izuku escapes and abandons Eraser first. He made his choice. "I'm so sorry," Izuku cried, choking on his own words. "Please don't hate me. I'm sorry." He quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a cylindrical object. At first glance, it could be mistaken for his collapsible bow staff when it wasn't extended. Eraserhead looked at him with both concern and slight confusion. It was probably the most emotion he's ever seen on the hero's face. "Moth water dash." Izuku pulled the pin on the prototype flash grenade and tossed it in the air. He didn't wait for it to go off before closing his eyes, turning on his heel, and blindly running. He knew Eraserhead had sensitive eyes, so the flash grenade would be extra effective. It made Izuku's stomach turn with guilt, but he never stopped running. He waited a few more seconds before he deemed it safe enough to open his eyes again. Izuku ignored the panic in Eraserhead's voice as he called for him to stop. Izuku didn't stop. He kept running. He never looked back. He couldn't even if he wanted to. His eyes were too cloudy with tears. By the time Izuku made it back to his apartment, he felt like the world was about to collapse beneath him. He didn't hesitate to fall face first onto his futon, not bothering to take off his shoes. He couldn't tell if the deep ache in his chest was from running or from the empty space carved out of his heart due to Eraserhead's betrayal. Whatever it was, it hurt. It was the same, familiar raw pain, like sandpaper rubbing against his heart, that he felt when his dad left. When Kaken hit him for the first time. When he got the news that his mom was dead. It was a hollow emptiness that settled in his bones and clawed at his lungs. It made him feel like his chest was about to cave in. Because here he was, alone again, but this time he was the one that left. It didn't make it any less painful. Izuku wanted to cry. He wanted to scream, he wanted to bang his head against the wall, he wanted to take a knife and carve into his flesh until he hit bone. He felt everything and nothing all at once, and it made his head pound. Darkness began to grow at the corners of his vision. He couldn't stop his eyes from closing. He was so effing tired. Even breathing was exhausting. He could only hope that the world was merciful enough to pull him under and let him sleep for eternity. Izuku welcomed the inky blackness that pulled him from consciousness. Shoyuta cursed and scrubbed at his eyes, the echoes of light still etched into his vision. He had expected a few different responses from Moth, but pulling out a presumably homemade flash grenade and running away was not one of them. He couldn't see, but he could hear Moth's panicked footsteps slamming against the concrete as he ran. He didn't bother to keep the panic out of his voice as he called for the kid to stop. "Moth!" Anxiety stabbed at his chest as he listened to Moth's footsteps grow fainter. Shoyuta tried to blink away the traces of blinding light, but by the time his vision was clear enough to have a general sense of his surroundings, Moth was long gone. Shoyuta forced himself to pause and breathe. Mindlessly panicking would do nothing to help in this situation. He was an underground hero, for Christ's sake. He was known for keeping a level head in the most intense situations, so why couldn't he stop the fangs of dread that sank their teeth into his chest? Shoyuta took out his phone and quickly dialed Tsukachi's number. He had been handling Moth's case on his own, mostly as to not overwhelm the kid, but this was something he could no longer do by himself. He needed eyes on the city in order to find Moth as soon as possible, and he could only be in so many places at once. "Eraser," the detective's voice sounded through his phone's speaker, concern evident in his tone. During patrols, Shoyuta would usually send a message to the nearest officer through the secure hero line if he needed assistance, and when he did need to call the station, he usually called Sansa. The apprehension in Tsukachi's voice was not surprising. "Tsukachi, I need any available officers sent to the red light district." "What's going on, Eraser? You aren't scheduled to patrol tonight." "It's Moth. I found him at the top of the abandoned office building." Shoyuta closed his eyes and forced himself to speak, the words feeling like sandpaper, raw and painful as they left his mouth. He was trying to kill himself. He could hear Tsukachi's sharp inhale. Is he dash? No, I caught him in time. But, Shoyuta pinched at the bridge of his nose and made himself take a deep breath. I got him down from the roof, but when I told him that I needed to take him to the station, he panicked and caught me off guard with some sort of flash grenade. I couldn't stop him from running off. Where the hell did he get a flash grenade? That's not important, he hissed. I have no idea where he is and he's clearly still at risk of another attempt. I need as many officers as you can spare to help search this corner of Mizudafu. Shoyuta swallowed back the acidic taste of worry that lodged itself in his throat. I can't fail him. 2 days. 2 days and not a single sign of moth. Dread settled deep into the pits of Shuta's stomach, hot and bubbling, making him feel nauseated. Nearly a dozen officers were made to scout the city. A few trusted underground heroes that worked with Mizudafu's precinct lent their aid in the search as well. They found nothing. Just as Shoyuta had feared when he held the small trembling boy in his arms that night on the roof, Moth had vanished. He tried to remain logical. They hadn't found Moth yet, but that meant they also hadn't found his body splattered at the base of a building, bloody skull cracked open on cement, and Shoyuta scrubbed a hand down his face, dispelling the image from his mind before he felt the need to dispel his dinner. He couldn't let himself drown in speculations. It wouldn't do him any favors if he let himself get lost in woofs. Shoyuta needed to stay focused and level-headed as he would be on any other case. But he wasn't surprised when he found himself absent-mindedly walking to Ishihara's corner store in the dead of night. As much as he tried to rein in his worry, to emotionally distance himself from the case, Shoyuta couldn't help but feel detached from his own body. He hadn't slept in days. Every possible bad scenario played out in his mind like some F-ed-up movie. They all ended the same, finding Moth's lifeless body, unseeing green eyes turned into mirrors that showed Shoyuta a distorted reflection of himself. The words, "too late," repeating over and over in his head until they became a constant white noise of senseless sound. Shoyuta was supposed to be the rational hero. He was supposed to be the one that could bury his emotions so deep inside of himself that they would rot away. But something about Moth had caused his emotions to overflow. It was such an unfamiliar feeling and it came with no instructions. Perhaps it was the sleep deprivation or the gruesome images that tattooed themselves to the inside of his eyelids, but Shoyuta felt like he was losing himself. The floor beneath him, usually so stable and reliable, began to splinter and crack like thin ice over a lake, and he was so close to falling in. That was why, when he saw a green slip of paper peeking out from beneath the rock on the bench by Ishihara's, Shoyuta nearly crumpled with relief. Somehow, without being seen, Moth had still managed to keep up their routine and left a note for Shoyuta. It wasn't Moth in person, but it was still physical evidence of life. It was proof that Moth was still alive and willing to talk to him. He couldn't stop the hope that washed over him, quieting the unease that he'd been carrying around for days. He moved the rock aside and grabbed the note, holding it up the light that filtered from the store's window so he could make out the words. Shoyuta felt his heart drop into his stomach. The splintering ice beneath his feet suddenly, violently, gave out from beneath him, dunking him into frozen water. His lungs filled with ice chips, making every breath sharp and painful. The words on the note, dimly lit by scarce light, became blurred and unreadable. The frozen water that Shoyuta was drowning in pooled at the edges of his eyes, causing his vision to become foggy and useless. It didn't matter. The scratchy words that were written on green paper would forever be branded into his heart like a scar. "I'm sorry, Eraserhead. I don't want to live anymore. I'm so tired. Thank you for everything. Goodbye. Moth." A suicide note. Moth left him a suicide note. The next few hours were a blur. He knew that he had made another phone call to Tsukachi. He knew the detective gave Shoyuta his condolences with grief-laced words. He heard Tsukachi tell him that he'd ask his officers to keep an eye out for a body that matched Moth's description. Shoyuta knew these things, could hear the words, but everything sounded distant, like he was hearing them from underwater. Shoyuta knew he made it home at some point. He vaguely remembered closing the door behind him, flicking on his apartment lights, and making his way to the living room. He knew these things, but he hardly registered them. His blood was still frozen in his veins, and the only sensations he could feel were a tingling numbness in his limbs and a deep, dark empty pit that threatened to swallow him whole. 1 year. 1 year of routinely seeing Moth. Every Monday and Friday, they would exchange notes. Sometimes the notes were anecdotes of life events they wanted to share, sometimes they were just passing thoughts, and sometimes Moth would draw a random doodle of an alley cat he saw or of the support item he was working on. On Wednesdays and Saturdays, Moth would meet Shoyuta at the warehouse for combat training. Every time Moth perfected a new move, his emerald eyes would shine, and if he got especially excited, he would hop up and down like a proud bunny. Every other Tuesday, Shoyuta and Moth would spend an hour at the bus stop, sitting on the bench and drinking their respected beverages from the vending machine. Moth always got apple juice and Shoyuta drank his canned coffee. One time, Moth had begged him to try the coffee despite Shoyuta assuring him he would hate it. Eventually, the boy's pleading kitten eyes wore down his defenses and he caved. Shoyuta had to hold his breath so he wouldn't outwardly laugh when Moth spit the coffee out in disgust. His face screwed up as if he bit into a lemon. Most Thursdays and Fridays, Shoyuta would run into Moth while on patrol. He always made sure to have snacks on him, smiling when Moth's eyes lit up from being gifted his favorite bag of gummy worms. His coworkers long since stopped questioning him about carrying bags of candy as often as he carried jelly pouches. For them, it became the new normal. Shoyuta had no idea just how deeply Moth was ingrained into his daily life. He hadn't noticed how common it became for warmth to bloom at his core whenever he interacted with the timid boy, or the smile that quirked at his lips whenever Moth leaned into his touch. He hadn't known how normalized Moth's presence became until the realization of the boy's permanent absence crashed around him like a collapsed roof. The sudden loss hit Shoyuta so quickly, so brutally, he felt as if a limb had been torn from his body. Something that he was so used to counting on was abruptly taken from him. An aching emptiness expanded beneath his ribs, causing them to bend and crack, his chest feeling like it was caving in on itself with every beat of his heart. Shoyuta tried to push away his feelings. He tried to bottle them up and bury them so deep within himself that maybe he would forget about them someday, and for a moment he thought it would work. Shoyuta thought he could slip on his mask of stoicism and continue on with his life like he always had. Until his onyx eyes met with plastic gold ones. There, on the shelf of his bookcase, was the cat plush. It sat innocently, watching him with an expressionless gaze. Shoyuta didn't notice himself move until he held the little plush in his hand. His fingers found the frayed edges of the handmade capture weapon that was wrapped around the cat's neck. On the same shelf, next to where the plush sat, was a small box. It was filled with green slips of paper, every note that Moth had ever written him. Shoyuta wasn't sure why he decided to keep the notes. Perhaps he mindlessly threw one in an empty box one day and it became just another habit formed by Moth's presence in his life. Shoyuta brought down the box and placed it on the side table by the couch, and began to leaf through the notes. He ignored the stinging behind his eyes as he carefully read through each of them. Besides apple juice, I really like green tea. Matcha especially. Do you like anything besides coffee? Muff. I saw a stray dog today. It barked at me when I got too close. I think I like cats better. Muff. I've been practicing that new counterattack you taught me. I can't wait to show you. Muff. I'm sorry if I bothered you during your patrol yesterday. Muff. Thank you for the bag of food. Stay safe on your mission, okay? Muff. The taste of copper filled his mouth as Shoyuta bit the inside of his cheek. His gut twisted painfully at the memory of holding the small boy in his arms and counting Moth's every breath. He was able to ground himself with every sign of life the kid presented. But now, standing alone in his apartment, Shoyuta tried desperately not to think of the notes and the cat plush in his hands as being the only physical evidence that Moth had ever existed in the first place. He continued to rifle through the box, each note another piece of the boy that should have lived longer. Each note another reminder of Shuta's failure as a hero. He vowed to himself, 15 years ago, that he would never let another child die on his watch. Not after he failed to protect Oboro. It was why he eventually agreed to become a teacher to future heroes and why he expelled so many students. He refused to let a single hero hopeful lose their life from preventable causes. If that meant he had to be strict and unfair, then he would be, and in all of his years of teaching and hero work, he never lost one kid. Until now. His hand caught on one of the notes in the box. It was more crumpled than the others and its edges slightly torn. It was folded over itself so he couldn't make out the words until he smoothed the paper out with his thumb. Shuda's breath caught painfully in his chest, and despite his dry eyes, tears swam at the corners of his vision. Intense, crippling grief weighed down his shoulders like heavy bricks that dug painfully into his collarbone. It was matched with hot, searing anger that made him grit his teeth so hard they creaked. He wanted to scream at the universe and every god he didn't believe in for being so unnecessarily cruel. The same cruelty that made a little boy feel so much pain that taking his own life seemed like the only option. He hadn't realized he was crying, both from anguish and anger, until a teardrop landed on the note in his hand. The first note that Moth had ever written. The irony was not lost on him. "I'm alive." For the first time in 15 years, Shoyuda let himself break. Izuku was exhausted. He had a faint memory of making his way to Ishihara's corner store at some point to leave Eraserhead one last note. As much as the hero's betrayal stung, like a skinned knee hot to the touch, he felt like he needed to say goodbye. Eraser had done so much for him, he was so kind to Izuku when no one else was. The pain of losing his hero was even worse than the pain of losing his father. He didn't really know what having a dad was like, but if it was anything like the way Eraserhead had made him feel protected, listened to, and supported, then it only made Izuku that much angrier at his father for never being there. When he made it back to his apartment, Izuku had every intention of ending himself right then and there. He would settle himself in his bathtub and watch as the blood from his arms swirled a pinkish-red pattern in the water until death claimed him. Instead, Izuku collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. He slept for days. Or at least he assumed. Eating became irrelevant and time became a lost concept as his body left a permanent indent in his futon. His sore muscles ached with disuse and he had yet to shower or even change his clothes. The very idea of seeing himself in the bathroom mirror would be a horrible reminder that he physically existed. Izuku didn't want to exist. He just wanted to rest. But getting up to kill himself was too much work, and no matter how much he slept he was still tired, exhaustion seeping into his bones like thick syrup weighing him down. He couldn't even remember when he last opened his eyes, still swollen and itchy from days of crying. If someone were to see him now pale-skinned, bruised eyes, and lying flat on his stomach while he tried to merge with his bedding, they would most likely assume he was a corpse. Honestly, Izuku's body felt like it died days ago, but someone had failed to give his brain the memo. A week into his mission of fading out of existence via doing nothing, Izuku found himself to be very much alive. As much as he wanted to continue his dissociative trance until his body naturally decayed, Izuku's muscles screamed for movement and his brain itched with a thought that had been plaguing him for days. See, as much as Izuku regretted existing, he was stubborn to a fault. When presented with a problem or a challenge, his mind refused to rest until the issue was solved or the challenge was completed. It was extremely annoying and very unhelpful when all Izuku wanted to do was sleep for the rest of his life. This particular idea that his brain kept prodding him with was so exceedingly ludicrous, so very pointless, yet so incredibly tempting. It would be one last personal challenge to attempt before he could finally rest forever. It was a stupid idea, but Izuku wasn't exactly known for making the best decisions all of the time. The inane personal challenge that his brain decided to set for himself as a last feeble attempt at finding something worth living for? The UA entrance exam. He had come up with the foolish idea of using the UA entrance exam as the determining factor for whether or not he should stay alive. Because if Izuku could somehow pass the exam, then Eraserhead's claim of him having the potential to be a hero would at least hold some merit. Maybe. But if Izuku failed the exam, which was much more likely, then that meant All Might was right, Izuku would never be a hero and would only ever be a burden to society. If he passed the exam and was admitted into the hero course, Izuku would at least try to make something of himself as a last-ditch effort. If he failed, Then he would just find another rooftop to jump off of. Preferably one without a hero to stop him. With his mind made up and stubborn stupidity pumping in his veins, Izuku finally got up from his depression nest to do the bare minimum in taking care of his useless corporeal form. First, he needed to shower. He pointedly ignored his reflection in the mirror and opted to basically bathe himself with his eyes closed. As scalding hot water seared his skin, turning his pale complication into an angry red and his scars into a near purple, Izuku went over the plan in his head. Here's another problem with Izuku. He's extremely impatient. The entrance exam was a month away, which normally wouldn't be an issue if Izuku was the appropriate age to take the exam in the first place. He had graduated middle school a month back and had planned on continuing his education through an online high school. As far as a normal education goes, Izuku's age was almost irrelevant. He wouldn't be the first one to skip a few grades. However, Yue's hero course was different. The youngest recorded student to attend the hero course was a recommendation student that started their first year at age 13 and turned 14 a month in. While Izuku couldn't find any XPLCT rules against younger students applying for the hero course, admission would be unlikely due to possible liability reasons. Now, Izuku was 12 and a half, thank you very much, which meant that to even be considered for enrollment, he would have to wait at least a year, which was out of the question. A month of forcing himself to exist would be difficult enough, but a whole year? Absolutely not. So Izuku decided that his only real option would be to lie about his age on his application. After showering and eating a few granola bars, Izuku booted up his laptop and began his research into the UA application process. It took only a couple of hours for Izuku to pile together everything he needed in order to apply for the hero course. Much to his surprise, it wasn't much. The application forms were basic, just asking for his name, age, address, quirk, accumulated middle school grades, health concerns, a photo of the applicant, etc. The forms would then need to be signed by a parent or guardian. Izuku was suspicious by the lack of information UA required, until he came across a forum of previous applicants and current students talking about the admission process. Though no one mentioned what the physical portion of the exam actually entailed, Izuku did learn that UA had a personal rule that prevented the staff from looking at a student's in-depth file unless they found a reason to. Supposedly, it was to avoid bias and give all applicants a fair chance. It was almost too convenient, but he didn't feel like questioning it, afraid he would jinx the whole thing. Besides, in all honesty, Izuku wasn't worried about his falsified age stopping him from taking the exam. The chance that his application would even pass the screening process was extremely low given his quirkless status. Sure, UA said that they accepted quirkless students, but it was more than likely some publicity stunt to showcase their push for diversity. UA had never enrolled a quirkless student into any course, let alone the hero course. With literally nothing to lose, Izuku filled out the forms and emailed them to his father for his signature. Izuku hadn't held a full conversation with his father in years, but they did correspond through email about things that legally required a parent or guardian's input. The last time he emailed Hisashi, it was to sign off on Izuku's middle school graduation certificate. He assumed his father didn't actually know his age, seeing as the man didn't question how Izuku skipped a grade in elementary school and finished middle school nearly 2 years early. After sending off the forms and compiling any other useful information he could find on the exams, Izuku went back to sleep. He was able to distract himself for a bit, but now that he had nothing else to do but wait, his mind went back to barraging him with self-deprecating thoughts and the empty, aching reminder that he was, once again, alone. Sleeping was like dying without the commitment. It was also a good way to pass the time. Midoriya Izuku. This letter was sent to you on behalf of UA's admissions department. Your application to partake in the Hero Course entrance exam, which is set to take place on March 25th of 2XXX, has been accepted. Please refer to the Hero Course section of the exam guidebook for further instructions. For questions or concerns, please reach out through one of our provided methods of contact. We wish you the best of luck on your exam and look forward to seeing you on campus soon. Go Plus Ultra. UA Admissions and Staff. Izuku held the letter in his hands, positive that if he were to look away it would go up in flames or vanish into thin air. It almost didn't seem real. Whoever was put in charge of scanning through his application forms must have been either blind or illiterate because there was no way his quirkless status went unnoticed. Even his falsified age went unquestioned unless his quirklessness was so shocking that it covered up all of his other details, and in that case, he wasn't sure if that was a blessing or not. It didn't matter though, because he was doing this. Izuku was going to take the UA's entrance exam for the hero course, and regardless of if he failed or not, he could at least say he tried. He had just under 1 month to prepare himself for the exam. Thankfully, UA had free practice tests for the written portion of the exam and Izuku had plenty of free time to study for it, so he wasn't all that concerned. It was the physical portion that worried him. He had no idea what to expect, but he could guess it was constructed to allow the applicants to show off their quirks. It was no secret that UA, as well most hero schools, had a bias towards students with strong and flashy quirks. This meant that the exam could be anything from an obstacle course to a mock villain attack. Whatever the physical portion of the exam turned out to be, Izuku would give it his all. Whatever happened afterward was up to fate. Most people assumed that Present Mike was a boisterous, easygoing hero that relied on charisma more than intelligence. Between his bubbly radio show host persona and flashy fashion, it was an easy mistake to make. But those who knew Hisashi were well aware of his keen observational skills that rivaled even Nizu's. Even more important than his intellect, Yamada Hisashi was a good friend. So it wasn't surprising that he immediately took notice of his best friend's unusual behavior. Being the weekend, Aizawa Shuda's lack of communication wasn't all that significant. The underground hero wasn't the most social person. Hisashi was social enough for the both of them. However, Shoyuda was never one to completely ignore Hisashi's text for more than a day. At the very least, Shoyuda would leave him on read. The voice hero decided not to panic just yet. He knew more than anyone that Shoyuda was a capable hero that didn't need to be fussed over. So ignoring the slight worry that was swirling around in his gut, Hisashi planned to wait until their next work meeting at UA to check in on his friend. But when Tuesday rolled around, and Shoyuda wasn't parked by the coffee machine in the staff lounge as he usually was, Hisashi's anxiety justifiably spiked. And before the meeting started, when Nizu informed the staff members that Shoyuda had called out of work for the next few days, Hisashi's anxiety turned into panic. Because Shoyuda never called out of work. As much as Shoyuda complained about his teaching job, the man took it very seriously. Not once in his entire teaching career did the underground hero miss a day of work. He could be in a full body cast and still make it on time for even the most boring meeting. Which could only mean that something was very, very wrong. Sat across from him at the meeting table, Nemuri met his gaze with her own worried one. He and Nemuri had been friends with Shoyuda for nearly 15 years, and while the other staff members may be less concerned about his absence, Hisashi couldn't settle the feeling of unease that rested beneath his skin. He was sure Nemuri felt the same way. As much as he tried to pay attention to Nizu's speech, something to do with the upcoming entrance exams and a new faculty member, Hisashi couldn't stop his mind from playing out all of the possible scenarios as to why Shoyuda was inexplicably missing. He could at least put away the idea that his friend was dead, seeing as Nizu informed them that Shoyuda himself was the one to call out of work, but there were still a million terrible possibilities to choose from. What if he was gravely injured and fighting for his life? What if he was terribly sick with some terminal illness? Hisashi forced himself to keep his heart rate down and breathing even. He knew he shouldn't jump to conclusions. There was clearly a reasonable and normal explanation for Shuda's absence. Maybe his agency had a last-minute mission they needed his help with and he just forgot to tell anyone. That was definitely possible. It was possible, but it didn't stop Hisashi and Nemuri from rushing out of the meeting as soon as it ended and jumping into his car to head to Shuda's apartment. I'm sure it's nothing, Hisashi. It's not like he had a class to teach this year anyway, so maybe he decided to take a few days off to sleep, Nemuri weakly argued. Hisashi shook his head but kept his eyes on the road. You know he's not the type of person to just take days off out of nowhere. And the meeting today was about the entrance exam, not about the heroics department. Besides, he hasn't answered any of my texts since Friday. He hates texting, you know that. Yeah, but still. Nemuri sighed. Look, I'm worried too, but I'm sure everything is fine. When we get there, he'll probably answer his door all pissy and yell at us for interrupting his nap. Or maybe he's finally having a midlife crisis, who knows? Hizashi spared a quick, unamused glance towards the rated R hero. He's been having a midlife crisis since he was 16. Nemuri shrugged. Fine, then maybe he's finally getting over it and decided to take a vacation to the beach or something. God knows he needs it. Nope. His car is still here, look, Hizashi pointed out, parking his own car in the guest spot of the apartment complex. He and Nemuri wasted no time in getting out of his car and scrambling up the stairs to the 5th floor. No matter where Shoyuta lived, he always preferred to live at the top floor, explaining that he found comfort in heights. Hizashi couldn't relate. He detested stairs, and the elevator in this particular complex required an access key for whatever reason. An access key that Hizashi didn't have. He was at least grateful that they weren't wearing their hero costumes that day, so he wasn't forced to climb 5 stories in leather pants. Once they finally reached Shuta's apartment door, Hizashi may or may not have knocked harder and louder than he intended. He spent nearly 30 seconds holding his breath in anticipation until the door of apartment 502 creaked open. His shoulders slumped in relief when he saw his friend's disgruntled face appear from behind the door. Shoyuta was alive and at least well enough to greet them. Geez, Sho, you scared the crap out of us. When you called out of work we thought dash. It was then that Hizashi finally noticed Shuta's red eyes. While this wasn't unusual due to the man's quirk, what caught him off guard was that his eyes were also slightly swollen and wet. Shoyuta had been crying. Shoyuta never cries. Just like he never misses work. Sho? What's going on? What happened? Hizashi asked, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. Nemuri must not have seen Shoyuta from where she was standing, but once she moved from behind Hizashi, he could hear her soft gasp. Honey, what's wrong? Nemuri demanded, already shoving her way past Hizashi and ushering Shoyuta back into his apartment. Shoyuta furrowed his brows and glared at them both, but there was no real heat behind it. Nothing happened, he muttered, crossing his arms across his chest. Why are you two here? Hizashi jabbed a finger into the other man's chest. Because you called out of work today. Shoyuta rose a brow. And you never call out of work. I didn't realize I needed your permission, Shoyuta scoffed. Hizashi pushed his lower lip out and folded his own arms across his chest, mirroring Shuta's defensive stance. Something is wrong and we're not leaving until you tell us what happened, Hizashi stated matter-of-factly. Shoyuta sighed and rubbed at his eyes. His hair was up in a messy, loose bun, strands falling around his face. It made him look more exhausted than usual. Again. I repeat. Nothing happened. Hizashi refused to budge. And I repeat. We're not leaving until you tell us what's wrong. Shoyuta, we aren't stupid. It's obvious you've been crying, Nemuri pointed out as she wandered around the living room. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm glad you're finally getting over your emotional constipation, but if something is troubling you, we want to help. Shoyuta pinched the bridge of his nose. I appreciate your unfounded concern, but dash. No, Hizashi interrupted, his voice stern but still quiet. No. No, Shoyuta. Hizashi grabbed onto Shuta's sleeve and dragged him over to sit on the couch while Hizashi sat opposite of him on the coffee table. I'm not letting you do this again. Do what? This? Shutting us out. A tense silence blanketed the room. He noticed Shoyuta stiffen and he watched as a scowl painted itself across his face. Hizashi wasn't deterred. Don't treat us like idiots, Sho. We know you're upset by something. Something important to you. But if you shut us out again we can't help you and I refuse to let you spiral like you did with OBO dash. Stop, Shoyuta growled. Stop what? Worrying about you. Because dash. What's this? Nemuri's voice carried over from behind the couch, cutting Hizashi off before he could fall into a rant. Both Hizashi and Shoyuta turned to look at Nemuri, who was pointing at something on the bookshelf. From where he sat, he couldn't make out what she was looking at, but whatever it was, it made Shoyuta spring up from the couch. Nemuri, don't. Hizashi didn't miss the slight break in Shuta's voice. Curious about what was causing his friends to crowd around the bookcase, Hizashi stood up and joined them, only to see that the object of interest was a stuffed cat. What? Nemuri said with feigned innocence. It's cute. I didn't take you for a plushie collector, but, oh my god. Is it wearing a capture scarf? Hizashi peeked around Nemuri's shoulders to get a better look and saw that yes, the cat was wearing what looked like a hand-sewn capture weapon. Nemuri squealed. This is adorable. Where did you get this? She reached for the plush but was instantly intercepted by Shoyuta gently grabbing onto her wrist. Don't, Shoyuta said again. Then in a softer tone, please. Shoyuta let go of Nemuri's wrist, but she stayed frozen, looking at him with clear concern. Hizashi was sure he was watching his friend with a similar expression. He couldn't remember the last time he heard Shoyuta sound so distressed. Hey Sho. Hizashi gently rested a hand on his friend's arm. Please, tell us what's wrong. Hizashi watched as Shoyuta bit the inside of his cheek, his eyes locked onto the plushie with a faraway look as if the little cat held secrets of its own. Shoyuta rubbed at his eyes again, drew in a deep, shaky breath and began to tell them a story. It was a story of a little vigilante, no older than 12. A little boy with eyes so full of pain but with a heart so full of love, that didn't trust easily but would risk his life for anyone. Who loved sour candies and juice, alley cats and het pats, who loved to analyze quirks and build inventions. It was a story about passing notes and late-night talks under the soft glow of a vending machine. It was a wonderful tale about an underground hero and a timid boy who found companionship with one another. It was a heart-wrenching story that ended with the cruelty of the world being too much for the child to carry. It was a story that didn't end with a happily ever after. There was no after, there was just the end. The entire time Shoyuta spoke, his voice soft and distant, he never once looked away from the stuffed cat sitting innocently on the shelf. Thick silence followed the last of his words like curtains falling after a play, but there was no applause, no standing ovation. Just heavy grief that settled deep in their bones. Nemuri meant to break the silence. She didn't intend to break her friend. You loved him, didn't you? She whispered, her blue eyes searching watery onyx ones. It was then, for the first time since high school, Nemuri and Hizashi saw their best friend cry. It was silent shaking shoulders and quiet tears, but for Shoyuta Aizawa, it may as well have been wailing sobs. Hizashi could do nothing else but hold his friend close as he fell apart. UA was much bigger than Izuku thought it would be. Like 1,000 times bigger. What? Is this a school for giants? Izuku muttered to himself, but immediately retracted his statement as he watched a 10-foot-tall teenager walk through the front gates. Izuku shook his head to settle his nerves before entering the gates himself. There were at least a dozen different emotions swirling inside of him. Anxiety and anticipation were the most prominent. He wasn't at all nervous for the written portion, acing each practice test he took, but the mystery behind the practical part of the exam caused his mind to race through speculations like a bullet train. He knew that, regardless of what the practical was, it wouldn't be easy. Not when there were hundreds of students taking the entrance exam for a chance at getting into the hero course and only 36 available seats. Did Izuku think he was going to pass the exam? Absolutely not. But would he be satisfied that he at least tried? Yes, and that was all Izuku needed, the last box to check off before he died. In a way, he felt like a ghost, haunting the living, needing to complete one last act of unfinished business before he could move on and rest in peace. Izuku played with the cuffs of his sleeves as he walked, trying to quell his anxiety while also taking in the amazing sights of UA's campus. The main building was large and made up of mostly windows, the glass reflecting the morning sun with bright intensity. A warm spring breeze swept through the trees, making their shadows dance to unheard music. It was all so peaceful. Until it wasn't. Izuku stopped so suddenly he nearly tripped. His stomach sank to his feet and his lungs constricted in fear. He had completely forgotten that this year, Kaken would also be taking the UA entrance exam. God, he was such a FING idiot. Izuku hunched his shoulders and curled in on himself, trying to make himself as small as possible, which wasn't hard considering he was one of the shortest people around. He heard Kaken's heavy stomps storming towards him and prepared himself for the hot pain that would undoubtedly follow. "Deku, don't ignore me," Kaken yelled, despite being only a few feet away. Izuku peered up at him through his bangs and tried to avoid looking directly into his burning, red eyes. Kaken," Izuku mumbled in greeting. Kaken scared. "And just where the hell have you been? You suddenly dropped off the face of the earth. Even my old hag doesn't know where you or Auntie went." Izuku straightened up a bit and shrugged. I moved. Did no one tell Auntie Mistuki about his mom's death? Did anyone besides Izuku and his father know? You moved? Why the hell didn't you tell me? At this, Izuku finally let his forest green eyes meet crimson ones. Maybe it was because Izuku's emotions have been going haywire for the past month, or maybe it was simply the fact that he knew as soon as he got his rejection letter that he was going to kill himself, but a strange sense of resigned calm washed over him. Any fear he had felt towards the explosive blonde was replaced with irritation. Izuku rolled his eyes and scoffed. "Why would I tell you? It's not like you care." Kaken's eyes widened and he looked slightly surprised, but his expression was quickly replaced with one made of murderous rage. "What the F are you even doing here anyway, huh? Are you stalking more heroes so you can write about them in your shitty little notebook?" "No. I'm here to take the entrance exam for the hero course." Kaken's face went blank, like a computer rebooting, until he suddenly broke out in laughter. It was the exact same mocking laugh as when Izuku was pushed off of the swings during recess in grade school. Everyone in the schoolyard laughed at him, but Kaken's was the loudest. "Are you kidding me? You aren't even old enough to take the exam." "God, you're such a little liar," Kaken said through fits of laughter. Izuku sighed. "I finished middle school early and it's not like I'm the first person to have skipped a couple of grades." Izuku purposefully left out the fact that he was not only the youngest person to ever take the exam, but that he also lied about his age on his application, but Kaken didn't need to know that. He honestly wasn't even sure Kaken remembered how old he was since they hadn't been friends since Izuku was 4. Besides, you skipped a grade in elementary school, so it's not that different. Kaken stuffed his hands in his pockets and huffed another small laugh. "Whatever, nerd. You're just going to end up getting yourself killed in the exam." Izuku let out a small, dark chuckle of his own. "I can only hope," he replied before walking away, leaving his ex-childhood friend to stare after him in confusion. As he expected, the written exam was easy. It was mostly multiple-choice questions that covered core school subjects such as math, English, reading comprehension, and Japanese. There were also a few essay questions about hero ethics and quirk history. Izuku ended up using every inch of the spare sheet of paper that came with the exam, as he went a little overboard on those questions in particular. After the written portion, Izuku and the other examinees were ushered into a large lecture hall. The seats spread out in rows that all faced a podium and 3 giant screens. Izuku ended up sitting next to a kid with messy lavender hair, though it looked almost blue in the dim lights. The lavender-haired teen hardly spared him a glance, and for that, Izuku was grateful. Never in his life had he been surrounded by so many people and it made his skin crawl. The lecture hall was filled with soft chattering until a spotlight clicked on and illuminated the podium. Standing at the center and basking in the bright stage lights, the voice hero, Present Mike. Izuku couldn't help the smile that grew on his face. Present Mike had always been one of his favorite heroes. "What's up, UA candidates? Thank you for tuning in to the practical exam orientation. Come on and let me hear ya." Despite Present Mike's effort to hype up the examinees, the lecture hall was deathly silent. All right, tough crowd. How about we just move on to how this exam is gonna go down, okay? Today, you rockin' listeners will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. Present Mike continued his speech by explaining the 3 different types of faux villains and their point values. As soon as Present Mike said that the villains they would be fighting were robots, Izuku noticed the lavender-haired boy next to him tense up. Chancing a quick glance at the older boy, Izuku noticed he looked upset. His face was showing an emotion that was a mix between nervous and defeated. Izuku turned back to the front when he heard a teen with blue hair stand up and accuse Present Mike of forgetting about the 4th type of villain. The hero simply smiled and went on to describe the zero-pointer, a large robot that was merely an obstacle. Throughout the rest of the orientation, Izuku tried to stop himself from vibrating in his seat. Because holy shit, they were fighting robots, and Izuku was ecstatic. After over 2 years and dozens of failed attempts at building support items, Izuku learned that he had a knack for destroying machinery. And the best part was, Izuku wasn't expected to hold a conversation with a robot, so his social anxiety wouldn't get in the way of earning points. Once the orientation wrapped up, Present Mike dismissed them and they all made their way to the buses that would take them to their assigned testing ground. On the bus, Izuku noted with relief that Kaken wasn't assigned to his exam group. He did, however, spy the loud blue-haired teen from earlier as well the tired lavender-haired boy. The bus rolled to a stop and they all climbed out only to be met with the largest set of doors Izuku had ever seen. He figured it was the entrance to the fake city. Using his small disposition to his advantage, Izuku quietly moved his way past the other examinees to stand at the front. He didn't have to wait long until the large doors began to open. He wasted no time as he squeezed himself through the entrance and ran. Hey, what are you waiting for? There are no countdowns in a real villain fight. Examinee number 2234 has the right idea. Present Mick's voice boomed throughout the city. Izuku ignored the sound of dozens of footsteps behind him and focused on his surroundings. In the corner of his eye, he noticed something long and glinting at the entrance of an alleyway. He skidded to a stop to change his direction, then darted into the alley. To his luck, Izuku found a discarded metal rod. He wasn't entirely sure what it was, some kind of reinforced rebar, but it was a similar size to his bow staff if only a bit heavier. Grabbing the metal rod, Izuku rushed back out and onto the main road of the city where he found his first robot villain. Noting that it was a two-pointer, Izuku didn't waste a single moment and jammed the rod into the joints of the robot's legs. It fell over with a loud, satisfying crash. Joints are their weak spots. Aim for the limbs and below their head. Their eyes are more than likely vulnerable as well, Izuku quickly analyzed. After defeating another two-pointer, Izuku felt himself falling into a dissociative trance. He felt like he was watching someone else fight the robots, as if he was stuck behind a pane of distorted glass as his body continued to take down robot after robot. He couldn't even remember how many points he had. He had no idea how much time had passed when the world around him suddenly snapped back into focus. A fellow examinee was being cornered against a wall by a three-pointer and Izuku didn't hesitate to grab them by the collar of their shirt and pull them out of the way. For an unknown amount of time, Izuku switched between breaking robots and shoving other examinees out of harm's way. He was immensely grateful for the experience he had as a vigilante as well as Eraserhead's training as he fell into the familiar dance of attacking and dodging. His flow was suddenly interrupted by a loud rumbling sound and the earth shaking beneath his feet. Izuku looked up to see a robot that was the size of the tallest building slowly crushing its way through the city. Other test takers dropped what they were doing and ran. Is this the zero-pointer? Holy shit, just how much money does UA have? Izuku was about to turn on his heel to run away like everyone else until he heard it. The words that Izuku heard so often during his time as a vigilante that they became an automatic trigger, forcing him into action. Help! Without thinking, he ran towards the voice which just so happened to be in the direction of the zero-pointer as well. As he neared the scene, he saw a girl trapped underneath a slab of concrete and directly in the path of the oncoming robot. Izuku hardly had time to process anything. Logically, you would have some fail-safe mechanism to stop the robot before it seriously hurt anyone, but Izuku's mind was only filled with the image of the girl becoming nothing but a squished splatter on cement. As he sprinted towards the girl, he caught sight of familiar lavender hair, and a plan instantly unraveled itself in his mind. Hey, you with the purple hair! Izuku screamed, urging his voice to carry over the sounds of screeching metal and collapsing buildings. Lavender Hair looked at Izuku, panic clear on his face. I need your help. He gestured towards the stuck examinee. Before the taller boy could say anything, Izuku shoved the metal rod he was carrying into the boy's hands and pointed to the concrete slab that was pinning the girl's leg. Use this pole to create a makeshift lever and lift the piece of concrete off of her, Izuku instructed before turning and running towards the zero-pointer. Lavender Hair looked at the rod, then back at Izuku. Wait, where are you going? To turn off the robot. Izuku yelled over his shoulder. He didn't stop to see if the taller boy was following through with the plan, his focus entirely on the zero-pointer. Izuku felt strange without some kind of weapon to hold, so he grabbed a nearby piece of scrap metal as he ran. To his fortune, one of the zero-pointer's hands was close to the ground. Izuku saw his opportunity and jumped, landing ungracefully onto the back of the robot's hand. It wasn't easy, but doing his best to keep his balance, he scaled up the villain's arm and launched himself onto the robot's shoulder. There, in the space beneath the zero-pointer's head, was some sort of panel. Holding the scrap metal between his teeth, Izuku shimmied his way over the robot's shoulder and into the crevice of its neck. He was thankful for the stable footing as he jammed the piece of metal into the panel until it was torn off its hinges. Inside was a mess of cables that Izuku didn't have the knowledge or the time to try and decipher. Instead, he took the risk and grabbed randomly at the wires, pulling them until they snapped. Izuku cheered inwardly when he heard the robot begin to shut down. The rumbling and shaking ceased as the zero-pointer came to stop, its large metal limbs falling to its sides, which Izuku used to awkwardly climb down. By the time he reached solid ground, his legs were shaky and he was lightheaded, the adrenaline in his body beginning to fade. Once he found some semblance of stability in his appendages, Izuku made his way to where he saw the girl that was trapped beneath the concrete. To his relief, he saw her free and leaning against Lavender Hair. He was supporting her weight so she wouldn't further injure her swelling ankle. "Are you two okay?" Izuku asked, still breathless. The girl looked at Izuku with wide brown eyes. "Are we okay? You're the one that climbed up that big robot. Are you hurt?" Izuku was taken back by the intense sincerity in her eyes as she scanned him for any injuries. Izuku flushed and waved his hands in front of his face. "No, I'm all right." He was cut off by a loud buzzer, signaling the end of the exam, and he felt his heart drop. He spent too much time taking down the zero-pointer, not that he regretted it, but there was no way he had enough points to pass. Izuku looked at the girl and the taller boy and flashed them a fake smile. It's over, but I'm just glad everyone's okay." The girl smiled wide and pumped her fist in the air, while the fist that wasn't currently latched onto Lavender Hair's shirt for balance. "Yeah, I bet we all did great." Both Izuku and the taller boy exchanged doubtful looks. Yeah," Lavender Hair spoke, shrugging his shoulders. Izuku turned to watch as the other examinees gathered towards the center of the city. Most of them were smiling and talking to one another, reenacting how they took down the robot villains or bragging about how many points they got. It made Izuku's heart ache. He knew he didn't get nearly enough points to pass, but he had to remind himself that he never could have passed the exam in the first place. A quirkless waste of space like him had no place in the hero course. He sighed. His rejection letter would be delivered within the week, and once he got the official confirmation of his uselessness, he could finally let go of it all. At least he could say he tried. By the time Shoyuta walked into the observation room where UA's staff and a panel of judges had been overseeing the practical portion of the exam, the test had already ended. As much as he would have liked to view the exam with his co-workers, this year Shoyuta was tasked to patrol the campus to make sure there weren't any unauthorized visitors or straggling examinees. Hisashi's voice loudly echoed throughout the room. Shoyuta winced at the noise. "I'm right here, Hisashi," he muttered, closing the door behind him and making his way to where the rest of the staff were huddled around the monitors. Each screen showed a different angle of the fake city. At this point, most of the examinees were crowded near the center of their designated cities to be seen and dismissed by Recovery Girl in case of any injuries. "You missed it." Hisashi all but pouted. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. "Zashi, I missed everything. You're going to have to elaborate." "You missed one of the little listeners taking down a zero-pointer all on his own. One of the examinees was stuck under some rubble, and of course, we would have stopped the zero-pointer before it hurt anyone, but I guess the kid didn't know that because he rushed out to help her." Shoyuta raised a brow. "You're saying that instead of freeing the examinee from the rubble, he decided to take on the giant robot instead?" He scoffed. Sounds to me like he just wanted a chance to show off his quirk. Not quite, another teacher, Snipe, interjected. The little partner grabbed help from another test taker and had use some metal rod to lift the cement slab off of the poor girl. Only then did he focus on taking down the 0-pointer. And as far as I'm aware, I didn't see no fancy quirk use either. Vlad King huffed from where he stood in the corner. I would assume the kid had some intelligence-based quirk if I didn't just watch him jump onto the 0-pointer and scale the DMN thing like an oversized jungle gym, then proceed to risk electrocution by ripping random cables with his bare hands until it shut down. Now, this caught Shuta's attention. He took down the 0-pointer with no visible quirk usage? Shoyuta was very aware of how terribly biased the entrance exam was, having failed it himself when he applied as a student. It was only through winning the sports festival in his first year as a Gen Ed student that he was allowed into the hero course. Oh no, Namuri nearly purred, not just the 0-pointer. This tiny green bean took down numerous foe villains using nothing but debris he found as makeshift weapons. It was the space hero, 13, that next joined the conversation. And we can't overlook the fact he risked losing points and time to rescue other fellow examinees as well. About 5 others from my count. Shoyuta shifted to lean against the wall, getting slightly annoyed that he missed out on seeing the kid that had all of his coworkers so excited. That does beg the question, ectoplasm mused, of what his quirk actually is. If I had to guess, perhaps something analytical? He seemed to know where the weak points were on every robot. Agility? He was certainly fast and flexible, Cementos chimed in. The chattering speculations of the staff members were cut off by an unnerving cackling. Nizu, who sat in a chair directly in front of the main monitor, swiveled around to face his faculty. It has been delightful to hear your commentary on examinee. The boy in question is Midoriya Izuku, one of our youngest examinees at age 14, and according to his application, the mouse bear creature paused for dramatic effect. He is quirkless. Silence washed over the room as everyone stared wide-eyed at their boss. Even Shoyuta stood up straighter in surprise. Holy sheet, Namuri muttered, being the first to break the silence. That's Dash. Incredible! Hizashi yelled with an excited smile painted across his face. Next to him, both Namuri and 13 nodded wildly in agreement. Well, I'll be d'med, Snipe said with a chuckle. Shoyuta hid a smirk beneath his capture weapon, because some quirkless kid, beat the odds of the biased exam? He just wished he could have been here to see it for himself. Someone clearing their throat caught the attention of everyone in the room. In the corner stood a deflated All Might, wringing his hands in apparent nervousness. I feel like I've seen that boy somewhere before, All Might muttered, mostly to himself. Then addressing his new colleagues, it is no doubt highly impressive that such a small boy with no quirk was able to defend himself in the exam, but I can't help but feel concerned over his well-being. Would it not be too dangerous to allow a quirkless child to partake in the hero course? Shoyuta crossed his arms against his chest and glared at All Might with annoyance. God, he was not looking forward to co-teaching heroics with a man that didn't even have a teaching license in the first place. You're kidding, right? Shoyuta asked with clear irritation. All Might looked at him with confusion. I assure you, Aizawa, I'm very serious. Shoyuta sighed. Are you aware of my quirk, Yagi? The deflated hero hesitantly nodded. But what does that have to do with the dangers of fighting while quirkless? Because I fight quirkless. All Might sputtered for a moment, and Shoyuta could practically see the gears turning in his skull-like head. That's not true, young Aizawa. You use your eraser quirk in battles, do you not? You're right, I do, but all my quirk does is level the playing field, and it doesn't work at all against those with mutant-type quirks. No part of my quirk is combative, which means in a fight, I'm essentially quirkless. I see, All Might slowly responded, still not looking entirely convinced. Before they could debate further, Nizu demanded their attention with a clap of his hands. Pause. We still have many examinees to discuss and only a week to do so. Those of you who were present in observing the exam, please stay behind so we may speak with the panel of judges and conclude the results. Aizawa, you may proceed to your office to begin grading the general education exams if you wish. Shoyuta simply nodded and took his leave. As he walked down the empty halls of UA's main building, he forced himself to ignore the strange feeling in his gut that told him something was off. It was frustrating, having to push away the feeling of unease that seemed to follow him like a shadow. Ever since he lost Moth, he couldn't shake the idea that he was missing something. Rationally, he knew it was just his emotions attempting to override logic. The crushing guilt that stitched itself into his very being was making him lose sleep, and he was more emotional than he had been in years. Shoyuta sighed as he pushed open the door to his office. He knew that it would only be a matter of time until the raw, deep ache of losing the kid would dampen into something more manageable. In the meantime, he forced himself to put his emotions aside. Despite Hisashi and Nimuri's worry, he didn't have the time or energy to waste on confronting his feelings. It would be pointless. Reflecting on the events of the past year wouldn't bring Moth back. Moth was dead. He had to accept it and move on. But God, did it hurt.